We're back. We're back. We made it. It seems like we might have hit something we probably shouldn't have, but all right, let's share this new one out. They say the when you give a caveman technology, I always wonder what they're going to come up with. Now we're not a caveman necessarily. We're a castle baby, and we're back in an attack. That's what matters most. Here we are. Share this out with all of our lovely friends out there in the world. Super. Amazing. So we are playing Dark Cloud Enhanced, and we are running the community texture pack. So if you look at some of the grass and textures look much, much better. The sand of the streets and soil, the texture of the walls, like it really begs the question why Sony couldn't do this with their official PlayStation 5 emulation. But who am I to judge? My name's Hidden Castle, and I've been a Dark Cloud preservationist, a lost media preservationist for the past 7 years. Now, my lost media journey began back in 2008 with Unseen 64. I think the first game I did lost media preservation work on was Super Mario World back in 2008. I must have been 13 years old, but getting into Unseen 64, which was a website that would document unreleased video games and deleted video games, these mysteries that would linger in our mind for years and years and years to come. Some of these mysteries would just not have an answer. Some of them would be answered by lost media preservationists. And just then, that's when I knew what I needed to do. That's right, I wanted to be a lost media preservationist. And thanks to the Dark Cloud Compendium, we've been able to do exactly that. It's been a wild ride for the past 7 years, but we're all here together. And I think being on this journey together of lost media has really taught us a lot, not just about each other. I think we've grown a lot as a community, you and I, but we've also grown a lot as a community in terms of how we understand the ways in which Dark Cloud and Dark Chronicle, and even some extents Dragon Quest VIII and White Knight Chronicles were developed, as they all used the in-house engine made by Level 5, the Dark Engine. And it's been, let's make sure we're good to go. Perfect. Amazing. So we're still leveling up Ruby, our lovely genie friend. But if I have a bad habit, and Mama Castle knows, Hidden Castle has many bad habits. One of them is making a bad habit of not repairing our weapons. So we want to make sure that we're able to stay on top of that. Now, some of you viewers have recommended that we use auto repair powder, and that's a really good idea, very intelligent idea. Now, Hidden Castle has more than half a brain. He's got a handsome face too, but that half brain is not taking no for an answer. We're not doing auto repair powder. Because where's the fun in that? We want our weapons to break. We want the surprise. Let's see if we can remember. It's always funny. Wouldn't that undo just months and months of work? Listen, if it breaks and I didn't repair it, and I didn't remember, then a castle's got to learn somehow. Dasher is one of the coolest monsters. Like, what is he? Is he an orc? But he's got like Super Saiyan 3 hair with a giant maul. Like, that's one thing I always appreciated from Dark Cloud was some of the monster designs. They were very, very creative in terms of looking at how monsters would be traditionally designed in fantasy. We got our magic crystal, our skeleton key. Ooh, spooky. All right, thunder. Now, isn't it great to be live and alive in living color on a beautiful Sunday afternoon with all of our Dark Cloud community here gathered around our digital campfire, It's been a little while since we've been able to do this. I believe our last stream was the month of December 2025, and a lot's happened since then. A lot's happened um, between the Dark Cloud community. We've been working on the compilations of Dark Chronicle and what's going on there, and just making sure that I've been able to be as healthy as possible. I ran into a bit of health issues in the month of January between my partner and I, sciatica and issues with nerves and issues with lungs. And ooh, crazy. Can't win, but you're alive and well. Every day is a blessing. Every day is a privilege. Oh, here's a funny story. I ended up breaking my ankle. And that was fun. I broke my ankle in the most hidden castle way possible. Broke my ankle baking a cake. How does one break their ankle while baking a cake? You may be asking. Now, it's pretty simple. As I was leaving to go get supplies for said cake, I came across in the shop. I came across Dunkaroo icing. You know Dunkaroos? They're made by the Hostess company, and it's like cream with these little chocolate pieces in there. It's really good. Either way, I was so excited. I came home and I wanted to like hoist it over my head like you would in The Legend of Zelda in Victory. I wanted to tell everybody, guys, I got this really good cream. I was just really, really pumped to bake a cake. So much energy. As I was walking up the steps of the house, I ended up it was January and ended up slipping and what came off. Had to crawl like a World War II Save It Private Ryan with this cream under my arm, be like, I'm hit. But I always say I think that breaking breaking that was probably the best thing that could have happened to me because it showed me then and there everybody running and they're all trying to help, and it gave me a refresher after being sick and miserable for a little while. It gave me a refresher that people care, people genuinely care. That's a lovely thing. Sometimes we have to be reminded in the hard way. Sometimes you got to break a couple bones. What's a broken bone at the end of the day? Broken bones and adventure. So we need to have more wind, which we probably should have grabbed before from our friend Gaffer. Do we have any holy though? Let's see. We have nothing that gives holy. No. Rats. Damn it. Okay. Do we want to go back? What do you think? Should we go back to Gaffer, sell a couple things, buy some holy? Kazarov, it's great to have you. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Kazarov. Kazarov was a key to the Dark Cloud Compendium's very special April Fool's project. This project focused on taking the soundtrack of Dark Cloud and Dark Chronicle and remixing them into N64 with the N64 sound font. Let's see if we can get it up. Yeah. So if some of you are curious, I'm going to post it in the chat because it really was a cool project. Dark Cloud 64. Go. Should be there. So where could Gaffer be? Oh, here. We are playing Dark Cloud Enhanced, and we are obligated to do this at least once per playthrough. Our live streams here on YouTube. Go and bam. So the idea behind Dark Cloud Enhanced was trying to provide the Dark Cloud community with the most expansive way of playing Dark Cloud possible. What does that mean? That means enabling side quests, quality of life features, bug fixes, remastered loot tables, enhanced graphics, and audio options, in addition to re enabling content like having our party members playable in the village, like Xiao here. So let's find Gaffer together. There it is. I always get a kick out of this. If you go in first person, you can see he has absolutely no eyeballs. Nothing. No eyes at all. He's got no human grace, baby. He's an eyes without a face. Yeah, there we go. Let's not forget why we came here. Came here for some holy, baby. Ooh, just another person for you. I broke my big toe a few years ago. Falling back? Oh, falling up the stairs. So I can believe you. I learned later that I should have seen the doctor so it doesn't heal wonky, but I think it's okay now. You know what? It's always the toes. Like stubbing your toe is the worst thing you could possibly have happen to you. I went to visit a I got an X-ray done, and they wanted to give me a big like walking boot so your foot's like contained. And I'm like, I ain't wearing that. Like you gotta wear it until I think it was the beginning of September. And I was like, no, like I'm not doing that. I'm not wearing that. Looking like a robot, like Grandizer. So I took it easy. I'm like, Hidden Castle, you can't. You're not gonna heal. You're gonna walk with a limp. I'm like Hidden Castle's a genetic freak. All right, we can figure it out. So we've been running and swimming and doing calf races and all of that on an ankle that probably should have been casted up, but we're good. We're strong. We healed out very well. It's nice, strong, and sturdy. Kazarov says those textures look absolutely insane. Listen, these textures were made by the community for the community by the amazing Del Talal. Now, Del Talal created, goodness, I want to say over 1,000 textures. He upscaled in glorious 4K. Now, when he upscaled the textures in 4K, he didn't get the whole game itself. But there was another, I forget his name, there's another person that has a texture mod that you have to pay for. Essentially, what I'm trying to say is if you reach out to me, I'm more than willing to share these textures out there. Why pay for it? I already paid for it so I could give it out there for the community because I believe that these things should be readily accessible. These games are not getting any younger. They're not getting any prettier by any means. So our community should be coming together to improve the state of these games together. So if you want the textures, let me know, and I'll be more than happy to give them to you for the right price. $0.00. We're getting diabolical out here, baby. Yeah, I'll tell you what. Okay, so we should grab our holies. I'm hearing a lot of yapping, but not a lot of buying. And we can't have that. No, thank you. No, thank you. We could sell some endurance. That's fine. Sea Killer will probably get more of those over in Queens. So cute. I love that little bell. The bell is almost as big as her head. You realize that? I love Xiao. I'm a big Xiao fan. I really am. The best character in the whole wide world. There was that one time I tried feeding her poison apples, but that was different. There was a time I tried drowning her too. That never happened. If you're ever hungry, you should go to Uncle Pike. He always has spare fish. Let's do that. Let's go to Uncle Pike. 51 days, baby. 51 days on our 7th anniversary stream. We got some amazing people out here. I know that Kazarov is here. Just another person for you. We got a couple more. If you wanted to comment, I'd love to read your comments and as we gather around this digital bonfire together. Is this Pike's house? All right, Mr. Pike. They told me to visit you. Now we can't say that name on stream because I think we'll get pulled down. I'm not trying to have that happen. I remember when Paige was just a little girl. Her mother made her a plush cat that looked just like you. Kids do sure grow up fast. People may come and go, but the memories we make with loved ones are eternal. Pretty poetic for a fisherman, huh? Oh, Pike. Look how big he is, eh? The small world for a little cat. Or is it a big world for a little cat? I don't know. Okay, so let's not diddle daddly too much. Let's get back to what we were doing. And you have no idea. I got butterflies in my stomach, man. I'm excited to be back. I'm excited for our first stream in God knows how long. And these butterflies got fangs, baby. They're biting me all over. But it's been nothing but good times. I was sleeping. And as I was sleeping, I was dreaming of our stream. It's like, what are we going to do on stream? What are we going to talk about on stream? What are we going to eat on stream? Who knows? Okay. So, let's switch back to our lovely genie friend. I wonder if her hair is naturally that color, or if she colors it. Like, if you're magical, do you just happen to have magically colored hair? Sato was a little magical, and his hair was white. We don't see anybody else with white hair in the Dark Cloud series. I don't know. I'm thinking outside of the box here. Okay, let's see. I always wanted to go blonde. I always wanted to dye my hair yellow. I think it must have come from the fantasies of being a Super Saiyan when I was a little itty bitty boy all those years ago. Maybe we should go purple like Ruby. Do a Ruby cosplay. All right, we got Undead Buster, Hair Powder. Let's remember to upgrade this while we still can. Holy, holy. Now, I'm sure all of you had a very similar experience to this growing up. When you play Dark Cloud as a young child, you'd only level up Tone. Everybody else would be neglected. I think as a 30-year-old man, that's probably what we've had in our little playthrough stream as well. We have Ray 159, the rays of sunshine lighting up our stream. Come on, man. LBP Gal, great to have you. You know, I recently read your comment that you made for our Dark Cloud anniversary project. It was really sweet. It really was. A lot of those projects, comments on that project, what does Dark Cloud mean to you, were just these very amazing, heartfelt stories. So I put a call out for Dark Cloud's 25th anniversary. And I asked the Dark Cloud community, what does Dark Cloud mean to you? And we've received over 100 submissions. Over 100. And I'm sitting over here and I'm hunched over my microphone. I'm reading each and every one of them. Stories filled from the bottom of the heart with emotion, with passion. And they are very real stories. Stories from people like LP Gal. And it's great to have her here today. LBP says, I once encountered the strangest glitch in the game. I was running as Tone into the pond and I clipped through an invisible wall, fell straight through the map, and continued falling through. And then I appeared from the pond again. Does anybody else have that? You know, that does happen quite a bit in Queens, near the fishing area. But I've never had that happen to me outside of Queens. Kazarov says, I may take you up on the offer for the textures. I'm working on something special. I need a clear library and there's items and textures would be useful. Please, please bother me. Bother me. I got you, brother. Come on. Oh, we have Nightbot. So Nightbot is posting. Consider supporting to the Compendium's lost media efforts. The tip jar via PayPal. Now, the Dark Cloud Compendium is a Patreon and PayPal supported show. That means that it is supported by your donations alone. I've had different approaches for sponsors, for people that want to have Hidden Castle peddle pills and powders on his streams and videos. No, we're not doing that. I don't think we'll ever sell the show out to sponsors because the compendium is made by the community for the community. So if you wanted to help support the Lost Media endeavors, feel free to visit patreon.com/hidden castle, or you could check out the PayPal for a one-time donation. It's all appreciated. Or you just watch the videos and like, maybe leave a silly comment. Silly comments are my favorite. That's The Dark Cloud Compendium has been a project that's been taking over my life in the best way possible, or maybe the worst, for the past 7 years. If the compendium was a little child, it would have been in grade 2, would have been a second grader by now. The compendium's my first child. And we began the compendium for the idea of preserving lost media. Now, that's a buzzword, preserving lost media. Everybody and their mother wants to preserve lost media now. But what about Dark Cloud? It just seems that the game that I loved the most as a young child fell through the cracks. There was very little, at the time, very little people speaking about Dark Cloud online, and even less talking about the development of Dark Cloud. Now, why does that matter? Because these games are, as much as we hate to say it, they are organic pieces of art. Now they're printed on discs and binary data, zeros and ones and zeros, but there's life behind those numbers, baby. There's real people making these games, real stories, real passion. And throughout the development of this art form of video games, it is an art form. A lot of changes happen. And being a young boy, viewing the first appearance of Dark Cloud in Tokyo Game Show 1999, Dark Cloud looked very, very, very different. But nobody was talking about that. Why did it look different? What was the reason for the changes? I made it my goal for the past, God knows how long, to get the compendium rolling and to document all these changes because everybody wants to preserve The Legend of Zelda and Mario and Tetris and Sonic because those are cultural touchstones. What about the little games? What about the more niche adventures like Dark Cloud, Dark Chronicle for them? Little did I know I'd have hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon thousands of people that feel the same way. The compendium in totality, the YouTube channel, has been viewed by 32,000 viewers from all around the world. I want you to visualize that, a stadium of 32,000 people. Yet it seems like whenever we try to find someone in person that knows about Dark Cloud, we just can't. But that's what these online communities are good for. We're able to gather together and celebrate these games. And 32,000 people share the same mania and craziness that we do, right? That stands for something. It's not for nothing. Just another person for you says, as we know, the news, Sony, I can't recall who the new CEO is, but we all hate them. Hate's a strong word, but you know what? They could they could do the best thing right now by just putting their hands up and saying, listen, we were wrong. We underestimated the backlash. We understand that we're going through a digital era, but maybe now is not the time. They could be human about it. It's human to make mistakes. And I would have all the respect for Sony in the world right now if they would come up and say, they don't have to apologize. They just have to say, due to different market conditions, we have reevaluated our stance on physical media. Maybe now's not the generation to do it, but, a mysterious enemy lurks around. That enemy is Father Time. When the time comes, we'll shift, but maybe not now. What a crazy place. They've been teaching us how to consume media for the past 40 years, and then with the snap of a finger, they say, well, we're going to rewrite the book, and everything physical is going to go in a place where it's irrelevant. I don't know. It doesn't seem right to me. What do we got here? We got Sir Zelda Knight saying, I've played Dark Cloud since I was a kid. Since I've played Dark Cloud, I stumbled across it when I was a child. I was dumb enough that I somehow mistook it for a Zelda game. Or, come on. Dumb enough? Look at it. This is Link. You can't tell me it's not Link. It's a kid doing kid things, man. They gotta maybe they should have gave him a red hat instead of green, right? Kolura, we got Kolura 69. That's a great number and great to have you. Yeah, that's what's up. Come on. Amazing, amazing, amazing. I'm so happy that everyone's all here. We're all gathered together to destroy all the cave bats. Yeah, look at this mimic. Isn't that the coolest mimic you've ever seen? There's a lot of mimics in video games, and maybe we should do a top 10 one day. Top 10 mimics in gaming. That'd be a fun video. Look at those gloves. Do you think it wakes up in the morning and attaches those gloves every day? The eye. Dark Cloud has this eye motif with a lot of its bad mimics. I don't know. I like it. There could be a video just talking about the mimics alone. Talking about the spawn rates, the treasure chests, how they operate, how the big chests operate in terms of the choices that you could have to open them, what locks, what doesn't lock, what's a trap, what is not a trap. Also, one thing that always boggled my mind was when you go to Demon Shaft, it no longer says, is it going to be an explosion, a curse, or poison? It would say, would it be stinger, explosion, and something else? I forget what it is. But they changed the wording of it. I'm like, I wonder why. Like, they already have that line of code. Why'd they have to change it? Demon Shaft in general is just a very bizarre place. It is. What can you do? Let's jump in here. Bum, bum, bum. Sorry about that. Do we have chat accessible to the keyboard? Yeah, StreamYard and OBS did this very strange thing where it ended up like removing a lot of the settings that I saved. So I sat down and I was just slaving away the best of my ability because I'm not terribly good at this. Trying to set up the stream once again between like the on-screen elements and all that. And I'm an artist. Like I draw and I paint and get all this stuff. And every graphic you see done for the compendium was made by me in terms of the paintings and the drawings. All the cool polygonal art, the N64 art, was done by none other than Kazarov, the best in the world. And but a lot of the paintings that we do is all done by Hidden Castle. So I wanted to hopefully once we start streaming more often, I'd like to get the I don't know the stream setup. Is that what you call it? Like the way the screen looks. I like to decorate a little bit more and just make it look a little bit more uniquely Dark Cloud Compendium and Hidden Castle. We follow a couple of motifs for the channel. A lot of baby blues, lavenders, light greens, pastel colors, beach colors, as I call them. They're colors that make me happy and nostalgic. I think they're bittersweet colors too. In the right context, you pair those colors up with certain music, certain frequencies, and you start to feel feeling of like a hopeful melancholiness. And that's kind of the atmosphere that I want for the compendium. The compendium itself, as a project, it was a lost media project. It's something I wanted to work on for years and years and years and years, but I never really had the time to do it. So instead, the compendium hit its 7 year anniversary, but truly it's about 10 years old because a lot of the work that we would do for the compendium would all be on paper. I'd write down ideas, I'd write down topics that I wanted to cover, I'd write down people I wanted to interview, publicly or anonymous otherwise. By any means necessary, that information has to get out there because people are only on planet Earth for a short while. And once we transcend to the great dark clouds above, it's pretty hard to speak to somebody without a Ouija board. You know what I mean, Jellybean? But I had a good idea of what I wanted the compendium to look like because I think a library. I don't want to call it a channel because I view it more than a channel. I view it as a library. It's a community hub, almost like how you'd get to the rec center or the library. That's what we're doing here together. We're all gathered. The I wanted it to have a very unique look to differentiate it from everything else. I want it to sound different. I want it to look different. I want it to give off um, a very specific emotion. A lot of times with video games, you'd have people, well, video game media and on YouTube, you'd have people like, "Oh my god, look at that! Oh baby, that is a very very big chest. Goodness, have you ever seen a chest as big as that? God. All right, let's try to get this out of the way." A lot of times with gaming on YouTube and on Twitch and on Justin TV and on BitChute and on what else is there? On Rever and what other ancient video platforms is there? Newgrounds, Flash players. People would want to be as loud as possible. I never liked that. I don't want to embarrass myself, and for the sake of bringing eyeballs, we don't do it for the eyeballs. We do it for the sake of preservation. So I wanted to play it off as, I don't want to say professional, but as serious as it possibly can because we want to take this topic seriously. We could have fun here or there as well. We could drown our characters every now and then in pond water, but we want to be a serious operation for the most part. Book Zero says, "What do you think a new Dark Cloud game, where it starts as black and white, and then as you progress, it adds color to the land when the buildings are added back in?" That's a really good idea. That really is. So, Book Zero, that's probably honestly the most original idea I heard for a new Dark Cloud game throughout the past 7 years. Everybody wants to do a sequel. I think sequels are good. I think sequels are needed, but after 20 years, I don't think a sequel is the right approach. I think maybe a remake would be a good idea, or even a remaster. I take Dark Cloud on a toaster at this point, my friend. But if we're gonna go for a wholly unique idea, I think if you blend Giorama with color, that would be pretty cool. I think that'd be really cool. I think you're onto something there. Sir Zeldanite says Dark Cloud 2 is still awesome after all these years. I actually started to write a story inspired by it, but since we're not getting any Dark Cloud 3 anytime soon, I don't know if the Discord is interested in it. Zeldanite, come on, what are you saying? Of course. At this point, one of the amazing things about the Dark Cloud community, and I'm saying this from the bottom of my Hidden Castle heart, is we have uniquely talented individuals, music makers, art shakers, video creators, you name it, we got it. What is one more addition to that? Storytellers and story lovers, for that matter. We have a couple here. Post it on there. I'm sure people will read through it. Why not? I'd love to read it. Hit me up with that. We'll give it a look, and I'll give you my opinion afterwards, too. Brofus says, "You're not the only one working on a Dark Cloud story." That's right. There's quite a few. So Nightbot says, "Consider donating to the Dark Cloud Compendium PayPal." Nightbot, I think you better chill with that, Mr. Nightbot. Yeah, the Dark Cloud Compendium is a independent funded show for 7 years on our 7 year anniversary. We're nothing but independence. We had YouTube come up to us. I think YouTube said something like, "Well, we could sell our analytics, or we could. There's some way where you could monetize your viewership based off of what ads they click." I don't know what it exactly is off the top of my head because it's been a little while. It's been about, I want to say, since October, and I'm like, no, we're not doing that. Why? Like, it feels immoral. It feels immoral because people are coming in to watch videos. It feels like it feels backdoor shady deals. Like you're getting something out of them that they didn't sign up for, right? Now, ideally speaking, I'm gonna put my glasses on. I'm gonna be business Hidden Castle. They did sign up for it when they joined the terms of service of YouTube. Yeah, but who reads those? Who reads those? If it's a legally binding contract, please get a lawyer to read through all of that. But those EULAs, like, who has the time to read through all that? And they know because they let you skip to the very bottom. Isn't that a snazzy jacket? And look, his knee pads and his shield, they all match. This guy, fashionista. Look at him. Damn, I've never seen a more fly-looking skeleton than him. I'll tell you what. I always love Master Jacket. If I had to pick a favorite monster from Dark Cloud, it would be none other than the Master Jacket. And he's decked out, man. He's good. Could be a girl. You never know. Oh, look. We got the super powered Master Jacket. Let's become Xiao. She's tiny. Look at that. She's colossal, towering over her. Let's see. Come on. There we go. Damn, eh? 35 damage. Dark Cloud enhanced, giving super steroids to our skeleton friends. Okay, you want to relax? Your big skeleton butt. Ray says, would Sony be a problem if people actually start remaking the game? Um, I believe so. Because Sony is still actively selling Dark Cloud on the PlayStation Network. It depends on like how much they view Dark Cloud as a priority because like Sega is still selling Sonic material, yet people are remaking Sonic games. And Sonic is a much more active and popular intellectual property than Dark Cloud is. I think it all depends on the lawyers at Sony and what they deem is acceptable between their fiduciary duty because their duty is to make as much money as possible. But if they're not going to remake Dark Cloud, what harm is there in having the community remake it, right? The closest thing we can get to, truthfully, is mods like Dark Cloud Enhanced. You see what's going on screen? Having that skeleton walk around and trying to leap out of the screen, that probably has more charm than anything modern Sony could ever do. Oh, it's true. It's true. But being able to mod Dark Cloud and like put better graphics on there and upscale it and have different features, maybe that's the way we should be going with it, because we're still in the clear legally, but we're still able to have like a newer, shinier looking experience. I don't know. When it comes to emulation, I'm always surprised with what people are able to do. With Dark Cloud Enhanced, I was surprised with most of the stuff we're able to do. Honestly, it was just supposed to be a couple bug fixes, a couple of additions here or there. Then it just spiraled into becoming loot tables and adding different side characters and side quests and playable villagers and playable party members in the village. It all came down because we had a really, really, really passionate and uniquely talented team between Word of Wind and Mike Sword and Glitched and Diapi. So it was I think with the community coming together, maybe we could mod Dark Cloud even more. This is only the beginning, right? We only scratched the surface. Okay. Just another person says, remember on the channel a while back, you posted some of the poems that I wrote on. Yeah, yeah. I still have all those on the channel if you ever want to go back and check them out. Just another person for you created these amazing poems based off of the soundtrack of Dark Cloud. And it was actually really cool because if you listen to the soundtrack of Dark Cloud, read the poems, they'd match rhythmically. So it was a really cool project. We should do something with that later on. One of these days, if you're still interested. RPG Hero says, oh my god, the handsome guy is live. You're making me blush. Don't do that. In a video reveal, why don't you talk about why you care about this series so much? That's a very good question. There is a video that I want to do in regards to that, just talking about what Dark Cloud. Now, as a community, there's a. It's pretty interesting. So we have two videos. One video is coming out soon. It's called "What Dark Cloud Means to Me." So that video is um, it's a community showcase video where we got community submissions from members from all around the world, and we asked them, "What does Dark Cloud mean to you?" The idea was to hand the microphone to you, to the audience, for Dark Cloud's 25th anniversary. So we've received over 100 submissions of people providing real stories with real passion and real emotion about what these Giorama classics mean to them. So I thought maybe I could jump in there and add what Dark Cloud means to me as well. But I didn't feel comfortable with that. Like I wanted to make that community video for the community. And what's really cool is we have. I wish I could show them off. Am I able to show them off? Let's see if I can do it. Let's see if I'm big. Can I do it? What's a good one? I'm trying to find the perfect good one for you guys to see. Great example. You know what? We'll go with this one. Oh no. So maybe it's already on screen. So we have a couple of animations. All right. Well, that's yeah. So we have a couple of projects coming out, and we got lots of really unique animations as well. No, we were fumbling everything. Where is it going? Where is the emulator? There we go. Super. So we have a couple of projects coming out and a couple of animations of what we're going to be seeing. Maybe you saw more, but and then we're going to be working on a video talking about what the channel's goals are moving forward in terms of lost media, because I think that's the most important thing. Dark Cloud means everything to me because it became the colors that I use to paint my world of lost media with. Because Dark Cloud is a game series that means so much to so many different people, which goes back into the video of what Dark Cloud means to you. But to me, it is important to save what Dark Cloud is. Dark Cloud's important to me because it's important to so many other people, and it's a key to my childhood. And I would love to express that much more eloquently in a video. One of these days, we will, if we could figure out streaming first. Okay, so here's an idea. How about we change some scenery? I'm getting pretty bored of looking at this nasty, drab looking dungeon. I love how you express yourself, and thanks for the videos. They've brought a lot of comfort. You know what? You just gotta be you. And that's the biggest piece of advice I can give anybody at all. Like in life, be unapologetically you. I'm not perfect. I'm a little strange and I have crazy ideas. But I have a big heart. And I'll never let the world change the heart that I wear on my sleeve and the kindness I like to show to people. Because I think there is a lot of kindness in the world out there. And the compendium, I really wanted to bring these emotions of childhood, of discovery, of learning, and of teaching, while also being able to kind of wrap around like the feelings of nostalgia and coziness and melancholy, because that's that's what I go through. That's what goes on in my head. Usually, I'm a pretty happy person, genuinely, but I love a good tragedy every now and then. I don't like being miserable, but it's good to be you. And every day is a blessing. Every day is a gift. So I always view every video that I make. I always imagine it as being the last video. If this was my last video, if this was my last live stream, how would I want it to be presented? How would I want it to be um, remembered? How would I want it to be there for the community? So I always put 110% not only of myself, but of Dark Cloud in there. The goal is to preserve everything relating to Dark Cloud and Dark Chronicle. You can't forget about Dark Chronicle. If I had a New Year's resolution, I want to do more Dark Chronicle videos, but it just seems like nobody's interested in that. Whenever I release something Dark Chronicle related, it feels like I'm the only one excited for it. And I don't want to be selfish. I don't want to make videos that only I want to work on, you know? Because I know that this is it's a community funded project. So I'm like, okay, let's try to find a happy medium, a good equilibrium. You killed Wednesday. Now the week is just a bit shorter. You should thank me. One step closer to Friday. Sir Zelda fan, Sir Zelda Knight says fans could possibly remake Dark Cloud, but money's a factor. Fans doing it for free would give it a better chance since no one would be able to profit from it. That's the best way to do it. Is like completely clean room, completely in a way where nobody's benefiting or making any money off of it. Because the minute like money exchanges hands, then things become different in terms of business. Because Dark Cloud is still being publicly sold on the PlayStation Network, on PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5. If you're in Japan, on the PlayStation 3 as well. But that's not gonna be reality anymore, thanks to Sony and their boneheaded decisions. How does everybody feel about Sony going away from physical media? Are you still a physical person? Are you going all digital? I love digital, don't get me wrong. Oh my goodness, this giant carnivore plant. Whew! Got the whip and the drop kick. Two for one. But I'm just not comfortable with giving companies total freedom to reject and revoke your license to use something. Because that's what it is. It's a license to use. You're not owning anything. Terrible. This. Oh, come on. There we go. Much better. Perfect. And now let's upgrade this. Oh, we're like just close enough. There we are. I believe she needed wind, right? We'll give her one wind, and then we'll double down on holy. We have nothing. I'll give holy. This will do for now, I guess. Now, maybe I'm very particular. Maybe I'm a bit of a nitpicker, a stickler, if you will. But when I upgrade, I only like to give the large gems, none of the small ones. But like, I'd rather do a sapphire or a garnet as opposed to fire and wind. It just helps prioritize like the experience. That way, we're able to get the most bang for a buck. Does anybody else do that? Am I crazy? I think it's established I'm a little crazy. That's okay. An unhealthy amount. So Zeldanite says, I've been moving towards digital only because I'm using Steam and PC more. I strongly support physical games since our rights over digital ownership hasn't caught up when we go digital. I couldn't have said it better myself. Like, I think in some aspects of our lives, we consume digital, whether it be the music that we listen to, the movies that we watch. Nobody's going to a blockbuster anymore, right? But having that option be taken away by force, it seems unethical. But you're talking to these companies that embezzle millions upon billions of dollars every year. So what is ethics to them? Ethics is a fancy buzzword. Oh, it's true. It's true. Take a look at that. These trees looking so beautiful and fine. Look at that. That HD texture pack. That HD texture pack, baby. That HD Ruby. Yeah. If you want that texture pack, let me know. It's there. Why? Why am I saying this? Because instead of paying $15 dues or whatever the fuck it goes for, I can just give it to you for free. Just let me know. I'm always down. I paid for it, so you don't have to. Hidden Castle's taking one for the team. Taking one for the team, man. That's what it's all about. So did so did Ruby by taking that drop kick like a champ. Ate the hell out of that drop kick. Come on. There we go. Ooh. So here's a fun fact. It's only in the American and European versions that you'd have three different gate keys. In the original Japanese version, it was only one. I would like to do a video talking about the changes between the international versions and the Japanese version of Dark Cloud. That is a video I'd like to do in the future. Right now, what does the agenda look like for the Dark Cloud Compendium in terms of video output? Well, we have our video talking about what Dark Cloud means to the community. This is a 25th anniversary video, and as you can see, a little while ago, which I may or may not have done, we we commissioned custom animations, brand new animations for the first time. That'll be the backdrop for these amazing stories. And then from there, in the month of August, we'll be taking a trip back in our compendium time machine to the event of E3, baby. That's right. We'll be going back and observing Dark Cloud showing at the legendary E3 event. Now, this video will be a bit of a lost media preservation video, as we'll be looking at press kits and journals and demo discs and just the booth itself, how Dark Cloud was presented at E3 and everything all around it. And it's a very fascinating video that'll take us back in time to a time where it was a little bit more pure. Now, come September, we're going to be looking at Dark Cloud's debug disc. Now, this is going to be a lost media adventure too, so we got quite a bit planned for the Dark Cloud community in the coming months. All I ask is for a little patience and grace as we get these videos out there. Abfahi, how you doing, my friend? I recently read your submission for what Dark Cloud means to me. I recorded that. It was very sweet. Great to have you here. Love the HD look. You know what? It's it's not Atari graphics, but I think it'll do. Could you imagine Dark Cloud? Okay, here's some like deep lore. Okay, from January until around mid-April, I was sick and my lungs were fucked up. My lungs were fucked. My hands were fucked. My feet were fucked. It was fucked. It was couldn't feel my hands. I had no feeling in my hands. I broke my foot. Could barely walk. Barely talk. But in the glimmer of my eye, baby, my hidden castle eye, I saw the future. I wanted to do a April Fool's video about Dark Cloud on the Game Boy, and it came pretty close. But because I was sick, I wasn't able to record anything or do, give the Hidden Castle effort that we often do for these April Fool's videos. Because the April Fool's videos are some of the most fun videos to create, but they're high effort. They're more effort than they need to be. But that's a Hidden Castle way. Between our Dark Cloud 64 and Dark Chronicle 64 complete music projects, I wanted to do something different to focus on Dark Cloud on the Game Boy. But that idea just didn't come to pass. So I think I might rain check that idea for next year. I hope. We'll see. Just Another Person says a good comparison is physical books and ebooks. If a book is popular enough to have physical editions, they're still traditionally published. You're completely right. At the very least, they should make it so games are incredibly popular. They still have an option of buying physical copies of them. You continue to be correct. Like, at least like a limited printing. I remember when Lies of P came out. It was hard to find a physical copy on the PlayStation 4, but they were out there. But nobody says you have to print 100 million on disc, but gauge your audience and see how much. Atlas made a killing off of that in the PS2 era. They were a nothing company, a no-name company, nobodies, posers, but they still got it done. They were able to print very limited quantities of their discs, and they were able to sell just enough to make a profit, but they didn't print more than they needed to when they were in a deficit. That's smart business. If Atlas figured that out back in 2002 and 2003, I'm sure that Sony could figure it out now, but they're boneheads. They don't want to figure it out. Who knows? What a life, though. What a life. Try this. Aha! We did it. Okay. So sorry all that happened. No, don't be sorry at all. You know what? All that, all the issues that happened were the best things that could have happened to me because I think I needed to take a break for a little while. And everything happens for a reason, right? But what was frustrating was I had all these ideas of videos that I wanted to do, and people were excited. and I tried to work on the videos as much as I possibly could. Like, I would record for about maybe 5 or 10 minutes a night. Holy cannoli! Wasn't expecting that. But we weren't able to be as productive as we would like to be. And then at one point, like when the hands gave out, arms were fine. It was just hands and fingers, especially. Like they feel numb. I feel like they weren't even there. Um, when that happened, I wouldn't be able to hold a pencil or type. So I'd be using text to speech to kind of build and develop scripts. Then my lungs would give out, so I wouldn't be able to do that. It was a dreadful time, but I'm happy. I'm thankful that it happened because everything in life builds you to the next moment, right? You're consistently, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, and if not, it gives you perspective. I think a lot of times suffering happens in life, and you ask yourself, well, why am I suffering? Why do good people suffer? Why do good people suffer? Right? You look at different stories in history of good people suffering, or biblically, you look at Job and how Job suffered, or regardless, the patience that you have to have. Why do good people have to go through hard times? I think the universe, whatever cosmic energy is out there, good people have to go through hard times, make them stronger, to build them. That way, when you're stronger and you're more developed, when you see someone going through a hard time that is either younger than you or lacks the experience that you do, that you've acquired through those hard times, it's in your good nature to offer support for those people, extend a helping hand, and to be a good neighbor, or to be a good brother or sister or cousin or lover or whoever, a friend, a human being a positive human being. You're just trying to help somebody, right? That's why good people go through hard times. It's to keep us humble. That's the hard time blues, baby. Oh, you hear it here first, folks, right? But what do I know at the end of the day? I'm not a philosopher. I'm not a pizza. I'm just a castle. Leafly, what are you doing? A funky dance. There we go. All right. Bam. Sundew. Yes. Good. We can go through the back floors. All right, Ruby. Go. And there we go. Oh, no! No! I'm sorry, guys. I think I made a mistake. Well, that certainly happened. Earthium. What? What? Nightbot, what are you doing? Why is that happening? Disregard the bot. Whatever the bot says, disregard it. That is so weird. I haven't read a lot about the moderation. I just wanted it to post the Patreon link. So if anybody gets like reprimanded or anything, let me know and I'll undo that. It's not fair. I don't like that. I hope it's friendly. My apologies, Bahi. I didn't want that to happen. Earthium, it's good to have you. You came at It's all your fault, Earthium. When you came in, I ended up breaking the weapon. It wasn't Yes, it wasn't me who broke the weapon. It was the audience. They did it by distracting me. Yes. What a great distraction you all are. Maybe destroy the hard work that we've built up together as a family. As a family. We built it as a family. We destroyed it. That was pretty good though. You know what? That's magic moments. Hidden castle. Bad hidden castle. You gotta remember. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Okay, well, maybe we can't look at it anymore. was gonna say the lighting and just everything with the textures, it really makes the game look much better than I recall. That looks really, really nice. And I'm not boosting it to 4K. Like this is I think 1080p HD. I'm sure some of you with much more stronger computers are able to do probably more with these graphics and the texture packs. I just joined. Whatever happened was probably my fault. No, come on, don't do that. No, he has to learn. That thing's gonna be strong. Right when we talked, why do good people go through bad times? Why, Jack? Why? We had a reason. Well, it's gonna make us stronger now. Gonna make us cut $2,500. We don't have that money. We barely have $44. Good grief. What a world. What a life. Oh, terrible. Terrible, terrible. Is that an Evilise? Oh, we're really gonna be broke. Okay, I want that. Okay. I don't remember if we had extra stuff in our stashing area. We could probably make do with some of these weapons being gone. Dang, you get into a groove and you talk and talk and talk, and Dark Cloud has so many different systems to micromanage between the thirst and weapon HP and HP. Maybe I should switch to the auto repair powder. Nah, I think we're good. We're okay. That's not Hidden Castle. We don't do that. We'll sell Antique. We'll sell Sandbreaker. We'll try that. Sandbreaker, Antique. Still just a few dollars short. Yeah, this. And then, what else do we need? Then, okay, we also need 2,500. I'm forgetting a lot. Like, I don't know if I'm overstressed or overworked or not resting enough. Like, I don't know, but I walk into doorways now and I'm like, what was I here for again? Doctor's like, hey, that's due to like severe iron deficiencies. Okay, all right. They're out here eating metal, eating iron apples. Sorry. He needs to learn. Ah, punitive, punitive, terrible. There we go. All right. Okay, we're gonna do it this time, my lovely friends. All right, I'm sorry. But look, we got Evilise out of it. I, I intended to do that. Don't you see? I wanted to break so we can go all the way here and run across the Evilise. That was the plan all along. Evilise evolves into the Drain Seeker. So we were definitely going to be leveling this up and status breaking it onto our Lamb Sword once we have the opportunity. If we don't break it, weapon breaks, you just restart. We could, but where would the fun in that be? We need a bit of tragedy. Give me a bit of tragedy, a bit of danger, right? Danger is my middle name, baby. He says as he's holding his face and crying over his broken materials. That's okay. That's all right. Sorry. I just want to like okay, I'm going to do it. At that he says, "Guys, why do you think Dark Cloud isn't as popular as it could be?" That's a great question. Love that fog in the morning. Look at that. Very cool. I think Dark Cloud did a good job. Dark Cloud. Sony did a decent job marketing it. Calling it the Zelda killer was like as much as people want to disagree, that brought eyeballs. in our little circle, it was quite popular back in 2001 and 2, up up until Nino Kuni came out. I remember friends of mine were like, "Oh, you should get Nino Kuni. It's made by the same people who did Dark Cloud." Not Professor Layton or any of those other games, but Dark Cloud specifically. But I was also pretty blessed to have good friends that were RPG lovers as well. I think, honestly, I think if they would have advertised the Giorama more, and they really tried, I think it was maybe just a lack of timing, right? Gaming, it was as big as gaming was. Gaming at the time was big, but it's not as big as it is today, right? Where are we going with this? Oh, right, yeah. Hold on. Was it on a store? Or was it Tower, the Cathedral? Oh, here we go. Look how tiny she is compared to these giant vases. Isn't that cute? I don't know. I'm a cat person. I love cats. I think I love cats more than I love people. Adorable. So small compared to these giant urns. I am pretty happy that they included a playable cat in Dark Cloud. Like they were smoking some good shit at level 5. Whoever came up with that idea. Now I wish I would have kept the concept of going back into a cat. That would have been perfect. Because a cat girl's kind of lame, but just playing as a cat would have been cool. They were like they were that close to greatness. That close. What you gotta say, Stu? Sheriff Wilder is always giving us trouble. But we're just trying to make Queens a better place for everyone. I mean, we're also looking out for ourselves, but a guy's gotta stay ahead, right? Yeah, I feel ya. I feel ya. All right, so I want to keep an eye on what all of our beautiful people are saying. That's such a good point. Giorama is huge. It could have been marketed heavily. Earthium says, I got family over for the 5th, so I'm not going to be as active here. But best of luck on our adventures. Earthium, it was really good to have you, as brief as it was. And it's good to have you not only here, but in the Dark Cloud community. You bring a very comforting presence. Thank you for everything. Diorama could have been huge. It really could have. And they, at one point, had online Diorama. So they could have really like hit that special spot that Minecraft had not too long after Dark Cloud came out. But, it's a matter of timing. I think if Dark Cloud came out today, I think it would be pretty popular. I mean, I look at Dragon Quest Builders, and that's like the closest comparison I could bring to it. And that's like fairly popular. Pal World has building mechanics. Terraria has some sort of building mechanics. Stardew Valley has building mechanics. So like, I think it was just like poor timing. I think it was poor timing. But at the same time, would Dark Cloud be as important to us if we would have played it today as opposed to during our formative years? That's an interesting butterfly effect. Like if because Dark Cloud was the RPG I really fell in love with. Growing up, we had Legend of Dragoon, Final Fantasy VII, and Dark Cloud back in 2001. So I must have been like maybe 5 years old. But Dark Cloud was like my game. That was mine, right? If I didn't have Dark Cloud, I think a lot of things would have changed. I probably wouldn't have drawn as much because a lot of my art was inspired by Dark Cloud. I think I wouldn't have a love for RPGs. I think I wouldn't have a love for Dark Cloud Compendium wouldn't be a thing, so we wouldn't even be having this conversation. Who knows? Okay, sweet cheeks. Let's let's try it again. I'm sorry. Forgive me, please. Well, we got an evil east out of it, so we're okay. We're good. We're good. You know what we can do? We could put the fire. Do we still have fire? Do we get with Dark Cloud Enhanced? Check this out. Oh, we get to switch the attributes to the D-pad. So cool. There we go. Makes more sense to use fire here. Oh my goodness. If there's a terrible monster in all of Dark Cloud, it's the Diggers. Diggers. Duh, duh. They're terrible creatures. I don't like them. There we go. Careful how we throw that word around. Okay. Oh, like the world's a crazy place. I don't trust people anymore. Okay, where are we going with this? Ruby. Ruby's probably so upset right now. She's probably like, "You motherfucker! We were already at level 3. We were almost there. You fucking broke it. I'm sorry." She's done. She's done. Those eyes. She's fed up. I don't blame you, Ruby. I don't blame you. Aw, mustache key. I always wanted one of those. Aw. Another earth mole. Yes. An earth mole. There we go. Perfect. Marvelous. Super. Oh, cool. Had a shiny stone. Like, how absurd. Well, what is it doing with the shiny stone? Oh, you moles. What are you doing? Must have been its favorite little stone, like otters. Otters, they bond to one rock and they carry it with them forever. And then came Ruby with her magic fire missiles, and she launched them all over the earth moles. And she pried that shiny stone off of their dead bodies. Are we playing as the heroes? I don't even know anymore. What's going on? Kazarov says, "Do you have a favorite weapon design in Dark Cloud?" Oh, Kazarov, that's such a good question. We'll throw that to everybody else here. In terms of favorite weapon design, as a kid, I really liked the crystal knife. I don't know why, like it just caught my attention, but the serpent sword and the seventh heaven. There was one gentleman that was, see, look, I learned. Mama, I learned. Patty. There was one gentleman that was 3D printing Dark Cloud swords over on the Reddit page. And I thought, I'm like, if I could have one sword to represent all of Dark Cloud, what would it be? I think it would be Seventh Heaven. It has a very beautiful look to it, and it looks like what the Dark Clouds on the cover look like. That's probably why. But that would be my favorite design. How about all of you? It would be good to know. Come on. Okay, there we go. That's better. Root vegetable. Oh, that's a cool name. What's your icon? It's like a little person. I can't make it bigger, but it's very cool. I will devour Tone piece by piece. He will reform in my innards and burst from within. My body is his cocoon, my soul temporary. I was born to be his chrysalis. Yeah. I'll have what he's having. That's pretty funny. I like that. Just another person for you says, all too often, the origins and concepts of ideas are rarely recognized when they first appear in history, or it turns out they're recognized and appeared much earlier on in history. Yeah, you know what? With these ideas, especially with Giorama, like somebody had to capture it and make it a Hollywood idea, and it just happened to be Mojang. Gosh. But like, it's interesting when you look at like Illusion. What was Trials of Mana on the PS1 had some sort of Giorama system. Dark Cloud had Giorama. Soul Blazer on the Super Nintendo and ActRaiser had Giorama. But it just happened to be Minecraft that took it to super stardom. Seventh Heaven is a good choice, and Serpent Sword. Yeah, I wonder what else could go for that as well. Like, what else could be a favorite design? Because some of them are pretty basic. The Gladius, the Base Lard. He has thin arms. All right, we're not judging. We're not body shaming here. All right, we're not doing that. Thin arms, okay. Got pipe cleaner arms. There's nothing wrong with that. Got big tree trunks. Ain't nothing wrong with that too. Just be you. Oh, it's true. It's true. Diddly diddly do. Fire in my laser. There we go. Awesome. Perfect. There we go. Perfect. Chestnut. There we are. There we are. There we are. Amazing. We do have Sundew, so we're going to try to undo the mistakes that Pesty Mr. Hidden Castle did. We're going to try to go and undo the breakage of our of our platinum ring. Mr. Castle, what are you doing? He's always silly, not remembering and recording voiceover, breaking his foot while making cakes, just hitting castle things. I always like this. The very little leaf, the littlest leaf in the world, but when we put the sun to, I wonder what like myth or what legend that comes from. A lot of Dark Cloud kind of stems from myth and legend and folklore, right? Oh, Abkai says a Chronicle 2. That's a beautiful sword. I like the Chronicle 1, the white and baby blues. Those colors, they call to me. Go. We got Monday creeping in. God, terrible. Don't remind me. We got Monday creeping in. Oh no! Oh no, it's coming closer. All right. Bum bum. There we go. There we go. Go. So the mod pack is, I think the texture pack is like 7 gigabytes. I made it in a way where I took like the best of both worlds for both of the ROM, both of the texture packs between Del Talals that he manually did by hand and another individual that would sell their texture packs. So unfortunately, you can't find those anywhere for free, but I bought them. I did it in a way where if you wanted to, how can I say it? If you wanted to enable them for free, I always have them. I'm gonna try to share that. You know what? If you have me on the Discord, just shoot me a message. Shoot me a private message, and we can do it that way as well. Enabling them is always weird, though. Always weird trying to get the texture packs going. But the result is really cool because if you also tweak the lighting and the emulation as well, you can get this very like beautiful, high res, saturated look. A lot of the PS2 era has these like gorgeous saturated colors. It was a product of the time. I think then you can get Dark Cloud looking better than even Sony imagined, right? There we go. Oh, you know what? Just Another Person for You has a really good one, really good choice for a favorite weapon. It would be the Mardan Garyan. Isn't that cool? The beautiful lavender blade with the Mardan Garyan fish all over. Now, that is a weapon that I don't think a lot of people have seen because to get it, you have to go through the number of hoops that the average Dark Cloud player wouldn't go through. So that's a good choice. Amazing. Give this a repair. I think from now on, that's what we're going to do. Whenever we open the menu, we have to repair it. Okay. Here, right? Turn it here. Aquamarine. It's like wind and holy, eh? In the meantime, we'll level up Tone's Evilise. We'll do double duty. How about that? Give him some water. Go. Make sure. Yeah, what does he need? Honestly, what I'm gonna do is I think I'm gonna grab this and I'll just drop this on there. That way all of this busy work will be done. And all we need is elements to get to go. Okay, cool. We'll go from there. Do two at a time. Mardan Garyan, so cool. They really are. And I'm excited to fish out Baron Garyan on stream. We can do that one of these days as well. Oh, a pearl! Amazing. Pearls are gorgeous. They're the only. Do we get weapon entropy here? We do. They're the only piece of jewelry I truly respect. Because gold, the way they get gold is unethical, and the The way they get diamonds, especially, is really dreadful. The way they mine the earth. But pearls are organic; they come from the sea, and you don't ravage planet Earth by digging into its core looking for pearls. I like pearls a lot. Is there a known reason why the inventory renders as a grid? You know what, Kazarov, your guess is as good as mine. I find Dark Cloud 2, when you emulate it, it does the same thing. So there was a user, his name was Fancy Bacon, or Sir Fancy Bacon. He was in the process of making a texture pack specifically for the menus to remove like artifacting like that. And I think he got the sweet spot where it removes the cross hatching on the inventory. I haven't checked in on him in a while, but we could probably get that for the next playthrough, for the next stream run. I did post the PayPal link over in the chat. So the Dark Cloud Compendium is a PayPal and Patreon supported show. It's independently funded by viewers like you. So if you enjoy what we do on the Dark Cloud Compendium, feel free to support through giving a tip or through leaving a like or just sharing the videos out there. If you enjoy the videos that we create, all the videos are created by Hidden Castle. Now, who could that be? I'm not quite sure. But I write and record and script and mix and master all the videos on my own. A one man show, one man operation for the most part. So it's been a wild ride, 7 years. And I think my favorite video that I created, and I'd love to know your favorite videos as well. My favorite video has to be the Dark Cloud Iceberg 4, looking at the Dark Cloud statues, because that was my first interaction with the wonder world of lost media. I must have been about 8 years old in 2002 when I discovered the Dark Cloud statues for the first time. It was a rainy, humid summer afternoon, quite like today, and I was stuck indoors looking at the computer, Googling my favorite video game. It was Dark Cloud. I don't know what brought the idea of looking up toys, but I did. And out of the Google search engine came out these lovely Dark Cloud statues. I didn't know they were statues. I thought they were action figures at the time. Saw them once. That was it. Never saw them again. Throughout my, and some of the older viewers here might remember, but back in 2015 and 16, I remember telling the Dark Cloud community there used to be Dark Cloud figures, and everyone would look at Hidden Castle like he was some sort of a liar. But in the end, oh, here's a little Pikachu sleeping with him. But in the end, we found these Dark Cloud statues together. So it felt like a full circle moment between myself and just another person for you and the Dark Cloud community that helped gather these statues together. The story of these statues is just as interesting as the development of Dark Cloud, in my opinion, because it's a story of a little company called Blue Box Entertainment, but that's a whole other can of worms that we don't want to get into quite right now. But that was my first interaction with lost media. So creating that documentary about the Dark Cloud statues, it fulfilled a lot of deep desires in my heart. Truthfully, it was a desire to chase after a childhood dream, which was those statues. We didn't have much growing up. My parents always did their best, and they're the best parents in the world. But I wanted those figures, and I could never find them. But we were able to. It stayed with us together. What made it even more sweet was we were able to find it as a community. But the story of how we found those statues and how the statues were created, it really felt like going through a trip in time. I always say the compendium time machine and the Compendium is a vehicle for us to go back in time. I think no better video encapsulated that than Iceberg 4, which is a shame because it seems like not a lot of people watched it, but I loved it. I loved every minute of it. I loved producing it and writing it and going to the valley and the forest and filming waterfalls and all the little things that we do for the Dark Cloud Compendium. So I like that. I was able to. I felt like I was making that video for a little hidden castle, and I was able to fulfill that dream. The iceberg videos are awesome. I like them a lot too. I don't like recording them. Recording them is too much, but I love putting them together. Sir Zelda Knight says, if what I heard is true, then they could pretty much make diamonds in a lab. Yeah, yeah. But there's no money in that. They want to mine the earth. They want to destroy the world. It's terrible. Oh, we have Death X Lando. You want to trade names? That's such a radical name. Look who it is. The one and only Hidden Castle. The one and only Death X Lando. Come on. Man, Lando. I'm thinking Lando Calrissian, man. Billy D. Williams. The greatest. The greatest. Love Star Wars. Star Wars is cool. And I think there's a bit of Star Wars love here or there in Dark Cloud when you go to the moon, right? There's some George Lucas inspiration here or there. I think Shao would be the Jar Jar Binks of the series, but that's okay. Isn't she adorable? Here's an idea. We're in a village of hunters. These villagers, they hunt animals for sport. Let's walk Shao through there and just for funsies. Hopefully they won't poach her. Get John Lennon here. Interesting. It's rare seeing a cat like you here. The last time we had a feline come into the village is when the legendary white tiger came to challenge Fudo. I don't believe in wearing any beast skins, so you could feel at ease with me. Aw. The story of Fudo and his heroism is inspiring. Sometimes I get upset that he's not here. I know that although he is not here, he's always in our hearts. I've never been much of a hunter, but Fudo continues to inspire me to become a more powerful person and overcome my challenges to make Fudo proud. Maybe one day we'll both be strong, little kitty. Fucking beautiful. Whoa, he's tall. Or maybe Xiao's just very small. Always get a kick playing as her. Oh, let's visit Dran. Or Trent. Let's go to Trent. Where is he? Where could Trent be? Yeah, it is honestly a bit of a mind fuck playing the game with the high textures. Because I'm used to playing the game on a CRT and on a PlayStation 2 with the graphics being all muddled. A cool looking statue. Hey man, if you want it, it's yours. Ever die, I'll put in the will. Oh no, what's going on with the graphics there? So here's a fun fact, and it's one I never really talked about. It's very stupid, it's very silly, but stupid and silly are synonymous with Hidden Castle. Did you know at one point Trent was supposed to have eyelashes? Like big, beautiful eyelashes like a girl, but they got rid of it. But it's still there in the game's files. We could re-enable them, and maybe I will re-enable them for like a fact video. That's always fun. DeathX Lando says, one question about the Seda statue. Have you ever considered maybe getting the missing parts like the sword, or getting one 3D printed, or keeping the original? That's a really good question. So when my good friend and I got these statues together, initially it was to remove them from the base. What was missing was the sword for Seda, along with some parts of his hair that were broken. Unfortunately, his head tends to fall off as well. His head has been through a bit of an accident if you look at the peg there. So he does need some repairs, and I can repair it. I've worked with clay before. I've worked with like I've sculpted before. I know how to sculpt pretty well. Unfortunately, Again, it's a matter of time. The time that I would dedicate towards that could be time that I dedicate towards working on a video. But the sword isn't terribly difficult to do. His handle is still there. If you look, the handle for the sword is still there. But I would like to do it one of these days. And truthfully, what I would like to do more than anything, what would take priority in my opinion, is trying to find like some way to 3D scan this, like bombard this with some sort of 3D rays, so I could put it out there for other people to download and they could 3D print it. These things were released on a very limited quantity, um, and not all of them even came out. So it's a miracle that we even have one. I saw one of them. It was Tone and Seda back in 2002, and I never saw them again up until 2024 or 2023. I don't recall. And that's when my good friend and I bought them. It was quite the adventure. I would like to preserve them officially, not in video form, but in file form. If I could find a way to scan them and have like even like the base and everything scanned, just so people could print their own. Why do people have to pay $800 for it? 800 Canadian. My good friend and I paid it together. I'd much rather give it to free to the world and have them do it for free without paying $800 to some opportunist from some person. And that's what the Dark Cloud Compendium is all about, is preserving Dark Cloud history and making it that Dark Cloud history and Dark Cloud media is as accessible as possible. But what more accessible can you be than taking legendary figures, these pieces of media, and they really are beautiful. The painting and the sculpting, they feel very European. The expressions, like I don't know, it reminds me of Wakfu. Nothing like the figures we have here in America and Canada, but I'd like to have that out there for free, just like these textures, a texture pack for free, because knowledge and information should always be free. The compendium is a library, a living library, and that's what I always strive to do. So that's on the list. I'd like to do that one of these days. Oh, I didn't know the figure was damaged in other ways aside from missing parts. It's still a treasure trove to have. Oh, it really is. It really is. I'm in disbelief that we even came across it. And it was almost, we got it for like just shy of $1,000 Canadian at the time. I had to put it on the credit card, which I'm very financially responsible. I don't like to use my credit card for anything at all. And I like to live below my means. I like to be very smart with my money, down to the penny, because I know that at the end of the day, like money is the ultimate tool. That's what people use to solve their problems. But when I saw those statues, I'm like, hell or high water, like we need to get those because I know how hard it is to find them, how impossible it would be to find them once again. So a good friend of mine came together and we did it together. But after shipping and everything, in totality, all in all, from shipping it to America to Canada, from Canada to Ireland, it was almost like 1,200. Like after everything was all said and done, Canadian, and you know, the credit card I had to punish my credit card for a little while for my half and my side. Just threw it on the credit because at the time, I think the Patreon I used to buy a hard drive for my computer because the other hard drive died when we were building the compendium. The the icebergs killed it. Who would have thought rendering a 1 hour and a half long video like 30 times doing 30 test renders would destroy a hard drive? It was a S no, HDD. It was an original HDD, not an SSD. SSD. A surprise seeing you come out here, Goro. We were worried about you. We wanted to reach out, but at the same time, we know we need your space. Know that this village always has a place for you. We're all family. What a bro. I could tell that you've become training. You've grown. Be careful. If you're in the forest, there's a monster called the King Prickly. It'll jump at you when you least expect it. That's one thing when writing the dialogue I wanted to work in there was these world building elements. Being able to connect characters with each other was a priority, in addition to connecting characters with the environment. Getting Ungaga. No, not Ungaga. Getting Gaffer to talk about Queens and the merchandising of Queens. Or getting the villagers talking about some of the monsters and the symbolism of the monsters, what the monsters mean to them, the village, makes Dark Cloud seem much more intertwined, much more of a living world. I like that. We did that together as a community. You and I and you, right? That's what it comes down to. Bro, if you can't find a 3D scanner, you could put pictures of the statues on AI websites like Trippo. Yeah, yeah, I could definitely do that. That's a plan. I was away for a moment. You still have the Tone statue with the missing arms, right? The Tone statue was an amazing little friend. He was a good friend, that Tone statue, like Toy Story, to say to. They had to say their goodbyes. Um, a good friend of mine helped the whole endeavor of getting these statues happen. Um, what it came down to was we split the fee in half, and when splitting the fee in half, we ended up splitting the figures in half. So Tone is having a ball over in Ireland. He's with a good friend of mine, and that made it more special to me. Was like I was able to make a really good friend out of it, a lifelong friend. I'm very thankful for it, and finding the statues became more sweet because of that. I think it really did underscore the community that we have, the sense of community that we would go through everything together because we're so small and so niche. So we rescued them together. I remember there was one person that said he saw. There's a person I talked to in 2015. He said in 2010 that he saw a skeleton soldier. The three that we know were actually released were Skeleton Soldier, Tone, and Seda. But the other four, let's see if I can remember this. There was Ruby, the Dark Genie, Minotaur Joe, of all people. God, who was the fourth? Maybe it was just those three. That was like wave two. They were never produced. They were made into prototype figures. You could see them at events, but they were never produced for the public, to our knowledge. There was one gentleman, he said he saw the Dark Genie in Germany. He saw a sighting of the Dark Genie in Germany, but he wasn't able to follow up with that. So they're out there. They're all out there. I got in contact with the photographer that was in charge of taking pictures of them, but he didn't have anything, unfortunately. He's like, they're all in a warehouse. And who knows where that warehouse is now, right? What happened to that warehouse? The things in between. I was able to print a Twitch emote for my brother using Trippo. Trippo. I'm going to keep that open. We'll get on that for sure. Create 3D models instantly. Okay, gotcha. Thank you, Afahi. Appreciate it. Oh, Lord. Okay. Sorry, can I just go for a stretch? Let's go for a stretch. All right, Hidden Castle, why don't you just sit and stream on a chair like a normal streamer? Not a normal streamer. And I don't like the idea of sitting down on a chair. It reminds me of work in the office. We're not doing that. Up we go. Oh, Lord. All right. Oh, there we go. Come back with a gift. So here's Hidden Castle's Magic Chalice. Now, why is it the Magic Chalice? Well, the Lord of the Rings chalice. Maybe you can't make it out, but it has a pretty sweet looking wizard. Whenever the coffee goes cold, the coffee goes in the wizard chalice. Now it's a magical wizard coffee. There's a system for everything. As ridiculous as it is, I like to have fun here. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Super. Or come and I could scan them for you. Hey, listen, I'm over in Canada. Depending on where you are, I won't say no. You can get that done. We have the Hyrule Legend. The Hyrule Legend. It's great to see you. I recognize all of your names from the comments, so it's great to have you here in a physical space. I'm giving you a high five, man. Come on. Just swinging by to say hello and hope you have a blessed day. It's great to have you here. As brief as it was, your energy, it's infectious, baby. You're gonna take it. Be an energy vampire. Kazarov says you're correct. It was Ruby, Minotaur Joe, Master Jacket, and the Dark Genie. Yes, that's right. They're all manufactured to be displayed. If I could, as a kid, I really, really, really wanted Seda. I thought Seda looked really cool. But as an adult, I kind of like if I could pick one, it would be the Skeleton Soldier or Master Jacket. The way, like, I can't describe it, but the way they like designed his skull and the way, like, here, maybe I could show off with Seda. The way the statues are painted is really beautiful. See, look at his head. I hope the camera is able to pick that up. They use this like iridescent paints and this very interesting form of shading, right? So for the master jacket, they it looks like, because I don't have one, but it looks like they engraved all the grooves of the skull and painted meticulously inside of each one, and it just looks like so ferocious and cool. Between that snazzy jacket too, I'm like, that's my guy or gal. You never know. It's a skeleton. I'm not a femur specialist. I'm just a castle. But if I could pick any, it'd be that or the Dark Genie. I like the bad guys. Most people would be like, oh, Ruby and Tone, because they're heroes. I like a good villain. Like being evil. Yes, evil. Why be good when you can be evil? There's a time and place for everything. I think it's too early in the afternoon to be evil. Is it the afternoon still? I don't even know. What time is it? Black out the windows for the studio here. Take care. It was good to have you. Come on. Ira Legend. Really is a legend. I'll probably sell one of my kidneys if I get a hold of the Ruby statue. Oh, come on. You know what? Like, they have to be out there because I know in that documentary that we made, there was a Ruby prototype that was unpainted, and there was a Ruby painted version. So at least two. At least two. I hope they're out there because the alternative is having them be broken. And a lot of times with these prototypes, they would either go back home to family members that are interested in whatever the IP is, Mario or Sonic or Zelda, or they're sold off. Like I remember, like prototype figures, you eBay them, you find them on China for like Ninja Turtles and WWF or WWE, things like that. These companies don't hang on to them. I remember for a while, prototype amiibos were pretty collectible for the Nintendo Mario series, Smash Brothers. So, like, I'm sure they're probably sold or they got rid of them to some degree, but are they still around? We got very lucky, the community, when we found these statues. It was a right place at the right time. Someone found them in an antique shop, of all places, and they ended up bringing them back to the Dark Cloud community. They wanted to sell them on like eBay. Until I talked with them, we did something privately to make sure that we're able to have these statues. Once I described the Dark Cloud Compendium project, because I didn't want anybody else coming in and taking them, because if we do that, we're not going to get any documentation of them. Because for a while, it was we didn't even know who made them because on the bottom of the base, there's no like identifying information. Usually, if you look on a toy on the legs, it might say like Playmates Interactive and Nintendo. Nintendo being the company that Mario belongs to, and Playmates being the company that made the toy itself. These figures, for some reason, have none of that. I have no idea why. Were they meant to be sold publicly? We have listings of them being sold publicly, but am I talking about it too much? I don't know. We have the Antiloan Shepherd Bulkin. Come on. I'm 97 and can't believe that I still enjoy this classic. 97 years young. Come on. Come on. That's a little older than me, a little younger than me. That's all right. That's all right. We can get down with that. Where are we going with this? We just need rid of this, rid of this. What did she need? Oh, that wasn't there. Okay, Big Bucks wasn't there before, but we added Big Bucks. Come on, Castle. What are you doing? What are you doing? So she needs was Holy and Wind. Okay. Before we do that, I want to check out. I feel bad. I don't want to call her Hag. She's probably a beautiful soul, a really good person. Let's check out our elder, the village elder. There we go. That's much better. Would it have hurt you to call her the village elder? And we'll see if we have anything left behind. No, eh? Okay. Keep this for Ungaga. It's a rare artifact that made its way to the biggest fans of the franchise. Oh, 110%. There's also this. I can get it out. Come on. There we go. Aha! There we go. Ta-da! The world's biggest version of Dark Cloud. Let's see if we could get the camera going on this, because there are some pretty interesting things. So, pop this out. There's a unique spine over here. That's what we have in the finished version of the game that we bought at the store. That's the match. But there's also a unique spine that we never see in a retail version, which is over here. Pop that out. Now, if you look at how can we do this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if you look at the back cover, there's 6 bullet points, whereas the description on the back cover for this is very different. So this is a funny story, actually. Let's move this big boy over. Here's a comparison. It's about as big as I am, much bigger, but it's the world's biggest copy of Dark Cloud. Yeah, what a thing! The world's biggest copy of Dark Cloud. So there's a bit of a different description about that. I found that at a game store. Isn't that weird? They're hanging it off of the ceiling with a fish hook. A fish hook. Could you imagine? Um, I offered them money for it to pick it up, and that's like another thing we would like to do a video on, is talking about the world's biggest copy of Dark Cloud, which is ridiculous. So Mr. Moggenson says Dark Cloud 1 decompiled. Wish we have Dark Cloud Enhanced. That's what we're working with today. With Dark Cloud Enhanced, we have well, let's pick up a side quest. We can do side quests at Dark Cloud Enhanced, and we could also play as different party members and have different customization options. And there's a lot that we can do. It's not a decompilation, but it's something. I think a decompilation will happen one day. Go. Sorry. Where is Ruby? There we go. So the bot did post the PayPal link. If anybody wants to check that out, go for it. Feel free. The Dark Cloud Compendium is a Patreon supported show. Ad free. The way it's got to be, baby. Oh, it's true. It's true. Look at him smoking that pipe. And his daddy smoking that pipe. And his granddaddy smoking that pipe. Come on. I get sick. Don't smoke anything. Protect your lungs. Take it from a guy who has terrible lungs. Don't hurt your lungs. Or do it. I'm not a cop. It's a castle. Do you have any side quests? Let's see. I see that your journey brings you many travels from all around the world. While you're at it, I'm working towards something else that might help you later. Return to me while you're at the end of your journey. Mm, Geez, Mr. Mayor, I don't like it. Gotta come back. Where are we going with this? 54 days. Sir Zelda Knight says, it's nice seeing these items get into the hands of someone who's willing to show it off. Usually, people get a hold of these exclusive items and they hold them hostage and they won't share them because they want attention. Yeah, you know what? That's something that really gets me frustrated and angry because I really do think that Dark Cloud preservation and lost media should be for everybody. The goal of the Dark Cloud Compendium, the videos, is to make this information as accessible as possible through the wonder world of YouTube, through the wonder world of videos, because videos are so easily digestible. Anybody could watch a video, and we could learn about these items and artifacts that were never made for public consumption. A lot of people hoard away. Do I have like something else handy I could show? I have like a couple of Dark Cloud beta builds. Too lazy to grab it, but there's a that's the goal. The goal is to preserve all this stuff out there. And if we could find a way to like preserve this stuff on archive.org, even better. Let's get it out there to the masses. Because the idea is to build one big library and have this be usable and accessible for years to come. Because Dark Cloud is a very niche franchise. And a lot of times with these niche franchises, things fall between the cracks. What glory is there by self grandizing? What glory is there by having all the attention on you because you have all these things you're not willing to share? Life's too short for that. We're made for more than that. Let's celebrate the series together. Mr. Moggin says, "What I was thinking, if we're gonna do a video on it, it's called DC Decomp." Oh, okay. I know there's one for Dark Cloud 2, but I don't know about that one. I'll look into it for sure. Ah, the GitHub. Okay. Okay. All right. Gotcha. Thank you. I appreciate that. Good to see you again, Mr. Mogginson. A name I haven't seen in a little while. I'm a Cyclops. Do you know why ally characters don't have a shadow in the overworld? Oh, you know what? I don't. I don't. This with. I have an idea. So let's switch to tone for a sec. The tone's a character that was fully realized in Dark Cloud, and if you look, he does have a shadow at the very bottom. Dark Cloud was a game that was made to show off a lot of PlayStation 2's effects. So you could see the cloth physics blowing in the wind with wind simulation physics. You have heat haze, you have water wave patterns, but in addition to that is a dynamic lighting system. So if we were to stand long enough, you have to take my word for it because we're not going to stand the whole time. But um, Tone's shadow would move. So let's leave it. You kind of see it moving. See the arrow? His shadow would move depending on the placement of the lighting and the sun, the digital sun. So why doesn't the other characters have that? Now, there's two ways I could answer the question. The first way is looking at the very little footage we have of the other party members being playable in village segments, official footage. The official footage was shown off in 2000. I want to say TGS 2000. We could observe those that footage and see if the characters had shadows at that point in development. I don't remember. I haven't seen that in a while. You notice how the shadow is changing? But the mechanic of switching characters in Village was cut in the last moment. So maybe, to answer your question, level 5 just didn't get around to programming the dynamic shadows in relation to the other playable characters. Or maybe they did and we could see it in the playable footage. I don't remember. I don't recall. But that's how I'd answer that. That's a good question. Thank you for asking. Shy Plox. Not so shy. You said hello. Come on. It's good to see you, my friend. Just another person for you says, no, terrible. Scotland and Ireland are two different places. If, okay, Scotland and Ireland, you mix those up, you're in for a hard time. Australia and New Zealand, you mix those up, you're in for a hard time. Pakistan and India, you mix those up, you're in for a hard time. I should have known better. I'm sorry. Yeah, terrible, terrible. Harmless Tone is in one country over. He's over in Scotland. Yes, my bad, my bad. Terrible. Hidden Castle, when will you learn? We need to pick up some geography classes. Yeah, notice how the shadow is shifted all the way through? I guess we did do it together. All right, so what were we doing? We were picking up a few things for Ruby. So let's jump on. Do we have Sundew? We have some Sundew left over? We should feed the Medusa powder Chow one of these days, just for shits and giggles. Why are we not using this? Okay, and then what else is there? I think we're good to go. Right. Okay. Right. Let's do some back floor runs over in Queens. There we go. All right, where is Rudy? Rudy Poo, where you are, baby? Where could you be? Where could you be? Where are you? Bum bum. I think I put Rudy here. Yes. Okay. So I'm gonna make an executive decision. I hope you don't mind. I'm gonna move Rudy just a little bit closer, just so we could get access to our fish better. Get that fish, maybe. Let's see. Do we have enough money for the fish? Just barely. Okay, cool. Let's go for it. We are. You know what? No, let's be different. Let's deliberately try to crash the game. Let's see if we can do it. I'll save it just in case. Let's go the long way into the Queen's dungeon, but let's go as Ruby. Let's try that. Because the game knows how to react to it if tone is there, but let's really stress Dark Cloud enhanced out. Let's go in as Ruby. There's something that feels so right about like walking around Queens as Ruby as she waddles around like a fucking penguin. You get the lighting on her? Very cool. That's awesome. All right, let's not get distracted too long. Let's go from there. We need more Dark Cloud Compendium videos. Oh, Mr. Moggenson, thank you. Those words, they really are inspiring. I have a video with very unique animations that I commissioned that the world has never seen. Um, and it's a video focusing on the community, what Dark Cloud means to you. And it's a community spotlight video for Dark Cloud's 25th anniversary. That'll be coming out later this month. And like, a lot of money was put into that video to make it as uniquely amazing as it can be for this occasion. From there, in the month of August, we're going to be doing a video focusing on Dark Cloud at E3, the time traveling adventure, looking at Dark Cloud lost media at E3, Dark Cloud press materials, Dark. Hey, it switched me. Didn't even let me stay as Ruby. Okay. All right. So we're going to be looking at lost media in relation to Dark Cloud at E3 because around the E3 time for Dark Cloud, I want to say 2000, they put out different Dark Cloud press kits that the community has never seen. Different changes in terms of the soundtrack. At one point, Dark Cloud had a MIDI digital soundtrack. You can't even enter, eh? Okay. All right. Could you fish? Only Tonka fish here. Well, a cat can dream. Every kitty's dream. So I guess we can't go on the long way. In addition to looking at the event of E3, looking at the booth and how Dark Cloud is presented, exclusive VHS footage that we dug up, which was a lot of fun, and really excited to have that one out there. Here's a fun fact: it's a script I wrote 4 years ago, like hand to God, 4 years ago. So it's been in the making for a while. So I'm pretty pumped up about being able to finally share it with everybody. Thank you, Cyclops. Appreciate that. So Mr. Moggenson says, let's get to a cool spot first. Bum, bum. I really enjoyed playing Dark Cloud Enhanced mod, so I hope it can get converted into the decompilation version when it's stable. It seems like those recompiled games are on a roll right now. Makes games more moddable. Oh, 110%. Ideally, Dark Cloud Enhanced was a seed, and we wanted the community to grow from it. We wanted the community to use that Dark Cloud Enhanced as a baseline to build other things off of. And that's like always the dream. So that's I really can't wait for that to happen as well. The community's so talented. Like I'm sure it wouldn't even take too long. Sir Zelda Knight says, "What does the Medusa powder do? Is that introduced into the enhanced mod?" So the Medusa powder, ideally, it is supposed to petrify enemies, almost like the throbbing cherry. And that might be why level 5 removed it, because it's a little redundant. In Dark Cloud, traditionally, when you play the game, the base version, the vanilla version, if you will, I prefer chocolate. It's in the game's files, but there's no coding attached to it. For Dark Cloud Enhanced, I think what we did was some of the unused items we brought back for side quests as a reward for side quests. Unfortunately, we weren't able to attach any programming to it. The reason being, and if I remember correctly, if I'm wrong, please forgive me, Word of Wind and Mike Sword, because it's been 5 years. But 5 years, what a time. The reason being, if we wanted to add new programming, because we don't have source code, we'd have to remove something. To add something means you'd have to remove something that's already established. So that's why Dark Cloud Enhanced is a program. We're injecting new code in real time. We're not affecting the ISO. So that's just how we built it. So Medusa Powder is there as a reward for certain side quests, just to have something that's different and unique. But is there a practical use for it as of now? No. But thank you for asking. I'm sure there's a lot of other people wondering that too. Um, so Nightbot is posting the donation link for Patreon and PayPal for the Dark Cloud Compendium. Should you choose to donate, it help the compendium out in the long run. Thank you for all the help. The views are enough. The Patreon and PayPal are the lifeblood of the channel. It's funded by viewers like you. So thank you. RPG Hero says, "What other games do you play with this amount of passion?" Well, that's a good question. As I've got older, a lot of the time that I have to play for games, I put towards creating videos for Dark Cloud. So, but when I do have a moment to play, I love RPGs. I'm always going to be an RPG guy. Right now, I'm playing through Grandia on the PS1, and I'm playing through some Zelda on the Switch. I love Tetris. Like, love, love Tetris. Always in the rotation. There's a new one, Tetris: A Grandmaster 6, that came out. But there is like I have a list of videos that I'd like to do one day in the far future about other canceled and lost video games. If I ever do that video, it'd be one video, maybe an hour long, just compiling a bunch of like really obscure but really relevant, like lost and unreleased games from like Final Fantasy or Shining Force or Lufia or Chrono Trigger. These games that are familiar, but we never knew had continuations that were canceled, much like Dark Cloud 3. I'm passionate about everything. I love video games as a whole. I love my Switch. My Switch has been my best friend for the past 5 years. Why? Why has a Switch been your best friend? Well, the console where I could play Legend of Zelda, I could play Dark Souls, I could play Grandia, I could play all my PS1 RPGs, I could play all my remastered games in addition to new games. And it's portable too, so you can actually finish them. So I like that stuff a lot. Game is a lot of fun. I decided to quit modern gaming like 2 years ago because of the lack of innovation. Things were formulaic. I don't blame you at all. Like this, like the PS5, Xbox Series X generation is where I drew the line. I did get a Series X just because I wanted to get dev mode. And I wanted to run Dark Cloud as as strong as I possibly can because this computer has like a Ryzen 7, I think 32 gigabytes of RAM, which is good, but not good enough for most people. And I wanted to kind of like do an experiment, like how good could you make Dark Cloud look on a home console. I even got texture packs, which would like remap the buttons to Xbox buttons. So it was a fun little video project. I never got anywhere. Mr. Moggenson, come on. Don't thank me. I want to say thank you for joining the stream. This communication is everything. The reason why we do it, the reason why we make the videos, the reason why we stream the way we do, because we're able to enjoy these games together as a community. Fun way to spend the afternoon, that's for sure. Here's an idea. When you come back, bring us a wind gem because we don't have any wind and we can't get through this door. I love you, buddy. You're number one. I want to get through all these. So just another person for you says, do you think you could try a patch in the future that fixed shadows for allies? I don't think that would be terribly difficult, but at the same time, it was Word of Wind and Mike Sword and Dayapi that are really in charge of the code and the like practical aspect of that mod. I was responsible for the script. The script was massive. It was a big undertaking for everybody. We couldn't have done it without each other. They're in charge of like the creation of the code itself, the spaghetti code, as they like to call it, the piece of spaghetti. I was in charge of writing the dialogue script, which came out to 62 single spaced pages. I think it was like 18,000 words or something. It was something massive. But yeah, we did retire from it for a little while. I think we've all been away. Dark Cloud Enhanced came at a very oh no, their fish rot. No, please. We're still good. We're still good. Okay. All right. Shh. No more talking. No more talking. Um, Dark Cloud Enhanced came at a very special time because we were working on it. I want to say pre-pandemic. Mike Sword and Word of Wind were working on it. But when the pandemic rolled around, that's when we were like, okay, we got nothing but time. Let's do something productive out of it. And whenever we would finish Dark Cloud Enhanced, we would hold it back and improve the scope and make it even bigger. Like at one point, it was just supposed to be very simple, like quality of life, a few additions here or there. And that was it. But we just kept developing and developing and developing and developing and more and more and more and more until it became this lovely project that we have today. Mr. Torpedo Face. Come on. Such a cool name. Would you trust the young master, Mr. Torpedo Face? Great to have you. Sir Zelda Knight said, if I posted a sample of what I wrote so far, what channel would be most appropriate? Well, if you're going to be on the community, what I would do personally, I take a three-pronged approach. I'd go to the Dark Cloud Facebook group, the Dark Cloud Free Facebook group, or the Dark Cloud Facebook group, that's what we call it. I'd post a sample of it there. And then from there, I'd go on to Reddit and I'd post a sample of it on Reddit as well. And then from there, I'd go to the Dark Cloud community Discord server and do off topic, general. I'd post a link to it on general. Be like, hey, if you guys are interested, I wrote this thing. Feel free to check it out. At the end of the day, like we're all fans. We all love this sort of thing. And there has to be someone out there that enjoys it too, right? I like to think so. When you take a multi um, faceted approach, when you go through Reddit, Facebook, and Discord, it allows everybody to see what you made. It's a shame for you to write a lovely story and have nobody read it when there's people that would love to read it, right? That's what I would do. That's how I'd approach it. Me and Reddit, we don't fuck with each other no more. Reddit, they're very rude over there. They don't like Hidden Castle for some reason. I don't know why. I must have like stolen their wife or something. Another Evilise. Wow, grand. Great. Where are we going with this? What do we have? God, it's like they're twins. That's good. That means we get two Drain Seekers. That's not bad. I won't say no. So Mr. Torpedo Face says, "What games would you recommend that scratch the same itch to Dark Cloud?" I'm so happy you asked. Okay, so depends on what you're looking for. I think Giorama is the key to Dark Cloud. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Okay, so if you're looking for games that are similar to Dark Cloud, it has to be an action RPG that contains some sort of Giorama or world building elements to it. So, ActRaiser on the Super Nintendo, but it also was remade on the Switch and PlayStation 4. ActRaiser was a game that was made by Enix and a company called Quintets, I believe, on the Super Nintendo, where it's part God simulator and part action RPG. And man, the music is so wonderfully composed. It's done by Yuzo Koshiro, who did the soundtrack to Streets of Rage and a lot of other Sega classics. But you're building the world in this like over the head Sim City sort of view, and then you're also going into these side scrolling action RPG um, dungeons, but it's like 2D like Super Mario. So ActRaiser, there's another one called Soul Blazer on the Super Nintendo. Soul Blazer is very similar, but it's more of a Zelda game, like where you're like a top-down adventure. But every time you defeat an enemy, it releases a part of the world. Doesn't that sound familiar? And you're able to go to these village segments, and you're able to build a village. Both were on the Super Nintendo, but ActRaiser was remade recently. From there, Dragon Quest Heroes is a good one too. Action RPG, town builder, lots of fun. It's new, it's approachable. You can still buy it in the store today. There's another one as well called Little Town Hero. So that one is done by Game Freak, and there's also world building, and but the combat system's a little weird. It's like a card based battle system, but there's town building, and it's 3D, and it's on the Switch and PlayStation 4, and you get the novelty of playing a Game Freak game that's not Pokemon on a PlayStation console, and it's also a town building RPG. I'm trying to think of other deep cuts because everybody's like, "Oh, Minecraft, bro." They always recommend the same three games over and over again. What else is there? Trials of Mana as well, an action RPG on the PlayStation 1 and newer consoles was remade, but there's a town building element to that as well. And then we have some community efforts too. We have some When, the time building diorama RPG that's in development. And there's a couple more. I would like to do like Georama like a video on Georama like you might like old school RuneScape. Oh my god. Yes. OSRS. Chiplox, do you play? We should play together. Oh, that'd be great. That's like I love terrible online games. That's like my favorite thing. I was going through Dragon Fable with Battleon not too long ago. I bought the Dragon Amulet, and I wanted to go through Adventure Quest Worlds, but then I also wanted to go through old school RuneScape and RuneScape 3 to go through like a playthrough this summer. Those games are really cool. I love those games a lot. They hold a very special place in my hidden castle heart. Yes, fire, none, thunder, ice, none. What we got? First Rose is beautiful. It's a beautiful looking monster. Pardon me. Must have sneezed. Must be allergic to the roses. Oh man, level 126 on RuneScape. God damn. I usually play, so I get membership. I usually get to like level 30 or 40, and then I'm like, okay, and I move on to something different. Never did Iron Man, the Iron Man mode. Why? I love RuneScape. It's a lot of fun. Autumn Voyage is my favorite song in RuneScape. Um, Waterfall is a classic. It's a good one too. Whenever I can sneak RuneScape music in there for the compendium, I always try to. Nostalgic. Did anybody else play any? Oh, could you type those games in the chat? I'd love to. Give me one sec. Where are we? Oh, I can't space things out. Bum, bum. Uh, we are. And then, God, what else was there? Dragon Quest Heroes. Is my microphone cutting in and out a lot? I feel like maybe I'm like too close to it or too far away. Because it's the same microphone I use for videos, so the microphone isn't busted or anything. Hmm. Let me know if that's better. Might just be the internet. I'm using high speed internet. I'm at like 18, 1934 kpbs. So like we're doing pretty good. We're doing all right. No drop frames or anything. So like I don't know. I don't have an answer unfortunately. Evilise. Oh, you're funny. Bum bum. How often do you stream? You know what's funny? We used to stream like at least once per month, but things just got really chaotic on my side. Like, got to the point where my world is burning around me in terms of health and um, family and work and everything. Where I needed to take a step back just to kind of put the fire out for a little bit, focus on what matters most. We're back, yeah. So we're gonna be doing it at least once per month. Would like to do it every weekend, ideally. If we do it in the weekends, we'll do it in the afternoons, and I'll advertise it beforehand because there's no point streaming if no one's coming by, right? You want to make sure let the people come, let the people come. But I would like to go back to doing like once per week. Ha! There we go. Shame it's really hard to upgrade the Evil East though. Okay, so it's fire, ice, thunder, and wind. I believe we have enough ice over here. Leave it this. Darn it. Fire. Cool. There we go. Cool. Awesome. There we are. See, that's much more manageable. It's much more doable. So we need magic, we need fire, thunder, then hunter, sky hunter, and stonebreaker. I think these will give stonebreaker, right? Metal breaker is always hard to get, so I'm happy that at least fulfills that. Let's get sky hunter, so this is good. Cool. I think we're probably gonna just be spamming the back floors for a little bit. I really want that Brain Seeker. I might even status break the Brain Seeker doesn't become the Chronicle Sword though, unfortunately. This. Come on, baby. Oh, an emerald. Cool. Okay, we didn't have one of those. Awesome. There we go. Hey, and Nino Kuni too. That's right. Yeah, Nino Kuni also has Diorama, Nino Kuni, and White Knight Chronicles. Right. Totally forgot. Come on. What am I doing? What you doing, Mr. Castle? What are you doing? Yeah, Nino Kuni is amazing. I played the first one on the PlayStation 3 back when that was a sleeper hit. Remember, I was on a field trip and I was in high school. I think I was in grade 11 or grade 12, and we were hitting on these Catholic schoolgirls. I was like, had no interest in that. I was like, I'm gonna go to the game store and get Nino Kuni, guys. I'll let you go. Priorities. I'm like, listen, it's another game made by Studio Ghibli and Level 5. No companionship will ever come close to that. Yeah, that game was cool. I think it led to one of my friends being tossed in a fountain. It was fun. But yeah, Nino Kuni's awesome. I loved so first one has this like Pokemon mechanic where you get to evolve your monsters. Whereas Nino Kuni 2 has a diorama mechanic where you could build your own kingdom. And it's they're really, really well made games on PlayStation, the Switch, and computer as well. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna use the Sundew. We'll get enough money to go on our next X. While this is loading, I'm just gonna give it a stretch. I'm trying to get a heart attack here. Oh, sitting down too long. Shyplock says White Knight on PS3 was fire. I forgot about that game. Man, it was a really cool game. Love me some White Knight Chronicles. I couldn't get into it enough just because at the time we didn't have when the servers were up, I couldn't afford a PS3. I got a little later on, but unfortunately the servers were down. But again, like I'm going to be a broken record. I'd love to do a video on that one of these days. Let me see if I could find him. He's a very special friend from White Knight Chronicles. Hold on. I find him. There we go. Here's my creator, my character I made from White Knight Chronicles. See if the camera can get him. That's my creative character. Isn't he so cute? His name was Jebediah. So I'm running around the game world doing Jerome adventures as this freakish golem looking creature. Isn't that great? They let you do that. Jebediah. Yes, Jebediah. All right, let's take a seat. Oh, sweet lord. Oh, lordy, lordy. Kneecaps are killing me. Don't get old. Adorbs. Yeah. I forgot I had co-op and trading. I think I could be mistaken, but I believe the Giorama was only on PlayStation Network. I think so. But those games are really cool. It's a shame that White Knight Chronicles 2 was barely even brought out here. I think Sony skipped on that, and D3 had to publish it. Which is weird. Like D3 publishing a level 5 game, it might have been the very beginning of level 5's woes in North America in terms of publishing. Yeah, Jebediah was a cutie pie. Like some of the characters in Dark Cloud look pretty cute. Cohen has those poofy cheeks, and yeah, the cats and all that. But now Jebediah is like teddy bear, man. Baby face. Okay, so first things first. Let's try to get some sort of magic gems just so we can upgrade this darn armlet that we have. So for our new viewers that are jumping in, Hidden Castle is kind of a terrible human being. I ended up breaking the armlet that we built together as a family. Not the omelets, but the armlet that Ruby uses. It was at level 3, and we put a lot of really good gems on there, and I broke it like a terrible person. I didn't remember. And I made a joke about making sure we remember and how good people go through bad times and it makes us more resilient. And it led to me kind of just curling up in a ball, rethinking my life choices. What can you do? That's the life we live. Welcome to the stream. Is Ruby thirsty? Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Appreciate that. Let's try to get her something to drink so we don't break the weapons again. Well, I think if you give her the gourd, it'll refill her up. Why not? There you go. Switch to Evilise for now so we can level that weapon up. Thunder. There we go. Thursday is tricky, man. Barely even get a hold of him. Oh, you should do a no shot playthrough. I mean, that's not a bad idea. I did a playthrough once with Dagger only back in 2017, before the compendium was official. But okay, what are we doing? Poison, explosion, or trap? My philosophy is always explosion because if it isn't an explosion, it explodes, and you're not getting it back, right? Go for it. Aha! You got a steel slingshot. Let's see if it comes with a cool attribute. No. Again, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but look at the chest, man. Fucking gorgeous. I love all that detail. You can see all that grungy, the mold and mildew on that chest. We did a good job remastering the textures. There we go. There we are. Fully picked. Got a lovely pearl. Bam. Endurance. Energy. Good, good, good. Good, good, good. There we go. And bam. Bam, bam, bam. Perfect. Okay, let's see. Let's see. All right, got this. And got our friend here. Perfect. Okay, unfortunately, only one pearl, which is still good. Let's not be greedy. I'll take a pearl. All right, go. Fix. Let's check out our weapons while we can. So we have an Evilise, dagger, the watermelon sword, the lovely lamb sword. Very cute. Okay. We would like to do. I would like Super Steve, but I do want an angel shooter, so we'll work on that later on. So what do we need to level? Holy. I think the pearl gives thunder. It doesn't give holy. It was a peridot that gives holy, I believe, if I remember correctly. I think does a mustache salesman sell holy? Is he a great holy man? I can't respawn anywhere. God, 'cause that's one thing I'm very annoyed at with Dark Cloud is you can't it doesn't let you land anywhere you'd like. And I understand the reason is because you don't want to land in the middle of the pond or the stone, but maybe I do. Maybe I want to get stoned and pond. Sundews. Okay. Oh, which backroom transition is your favorite? Off the top of my head, honestly, and it's probably like the least popular, the demon shaft. When you put the eye inside of the skull, there's something really ominous about that eye, the crystal eye. The way that dungeon is laid out, it just feels like there's a mystery there. There's something left behind that we weren't ready to find out. And then you put this eye on this face, and the face looks very scary, this visage of a man that we've never really known, only for the wall to swish like that, revealing a whole separate mystery. There's hidden walls in the demon shaft. To me, that's the most interesting because it shows that there's more than meets the eye. There's so much mystery here on the surface, but even further than what we can see, there's even hidden walls. I like that. Probably not the most popular. I do like the back floor going in the mouth of the young captain. Always fun, always a good time, but that's my real what's real and true in my heart. I'd like to know everybody else's though. Remember, Ruby does float in a majority of hers, so you could always go with that. Even on the floating, flying carpet, she floats too. That's double floated. I won't say no. I'm a Cyclops says, are Reddit and Discord the only place to contact Word of Wind? Hmm, that's the only place I contact Word of Wind on through the Discord. But what I would do is look for the not Dark Cloud Enhanced, but the other Dark Cloud mods he did. There's a challenge mod. Look on the GitHub if there's an email address. There probably should be like an email address, right? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But I would do Discord. Maybe I'm old, but that seems like what people use like nowadays. Or maybe it's the circles that I'm in. Okay, we're not gonna go for like the extravagant one. We're just gonna go over here. We're gonna be a peasant and just take the second. Or maybe don't get ideas. No ideas. What are you doing at the Peridot? Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. That changes things. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. Here's the game plan. We're gonna get the gold ring to level 5. When we get the gold ring to level 5, we're gonna status break it, put it on the platinum ring. Put on the platinum ring, we're gonna instead of going for the cheapo upgrade, which is here, we'll go for the bottom one. When we The reason why we put the gold ring on there is to get rid of the attack, speed, and magic. Now all we have to worry about is wind and holy. I think it's a better idea. We also got the peridot as well, which makes things easier. Okay, we'll go for it. And I promise I won't break anything. I am a Sagittarius, so maybe I'm still gonna break something. It's in our nature. We're horse people. It's what we're made to do. So they say. So they say. Let's be super productive and do it in Queens, and we can get some extra weapons as well. Nightbot, thank you very much. So, my lovely friends, consider checking out the PayPal and Patreon at patreon.com/Hidden Castle or PayPal at Hidden Castle. The compendium is a independent and community funded show. So that means that it's funded by all of you and we all do it together. No corporate suits. We're not pushing or peddling any crazy materials or wares. Just Dark Cloud fans doing it for the sake of what we love best, and that's these Duram RPGs. So if you enjoy the videos, if you enjoy the show, feel free to check out the Patreon and PayPal. I do create everything on my own, from the scripts to the voiceover to recording the voiceover, editing the voiceover, mixing, mastering, um, the arts, the video production itself. I don't have an editor. I do everything all on my own. So every little bit helps, but just viewing and watching is enough as well. Okay, so let's run fast. Get to where we need to be. Bum. You know what? I'm going to be a little greedy and take this chest as well. Never mind. Nope, we are not going for that. We did not sign up for that. Okay, where did you go? The flapping fish. Okay, great. So just another person for you as a continuation of their lovely question. What is their favorite backdoor transition? They say my favorite is a junior captain. When you trust a giant fish wearing a rescue ring not to eat you. I love how each ally chooses to lie or sit down. It's a cute fish. I like him. And I like how he has a little safety ring on him too. Makes no sense at all. No sense, but that's video games for you. Go. Bam bam bam. All right. Got a Peridot here. Corsa. Go. I feel like a bit of a fool because if we had the big bucks hammer, like already status broken, would have made this a little bit easier, but I didn't think about this. But I think it's gonna make sense in the long run. I'll work on cars quite a bit and do a lot of work with rust and body work. And a lot of times the cars in the middle of the transition look really terrible. You think to yourself, what am I doing? I stripped all the paint off this vehicle and it looks really terrible. Why? You gotta trust the process. It's a trust the process period. It's the same thing. We're gonna try to get as much as we can, as close as we can, to this ring being as level 5e as possible. Go, go, go. Perfect. Oh, the one from the Gallery of Time, says Ray. I'm not sure if they go through a window or paint. Oh, it's like this illusion of a painting, almost like Mario 64. Where they go through the painting. That's a good one. Honestly, I kind of wish I picked that one to be honest. They go to this other world and it's all like ominous and foreboding, lighting, like drenched in this deep lavender, this violet steeped in it. Pretty good. Good choice. Let's see if I piggybacked off of that, I'd be a poser, right? I gotta stick with the two. Look, look, ah. I didn't break it. We're good. We'll repair it. See, I learned. I learned. Don't worry about it. We're good. There we go. Cool, cool, cool. Here's an idea. For funsies, let's put wind and what else did she need? Was wind and what? Wind and holy. Do you have another holy by chance? I think it's on her. It gets divided by two, so we're gonna put two on there, so it'll come out to three at the end. That way, it's six right now. Six holy. When we status break it, it'll become three. That'll do something at least. Level that up. Great. Perfect. There we go. So, does anybody have any plans for the summertime? Any ideas? Oh, come on, the gooey state, terrible. We have any like? We don't have any needles here, do we? Truthfully, like my plan, my goal is just the compendium. I want to get the compendium back, get the show on the road again, go back to doing monthly. It was. I'm really happy that we did the Rogue Galaxy iceberg. Pardon me. What did you guys think of that, by the way? Through Galaxy Iceberg. That was different because it's not a Dark Cloud game, but it's like Dark Cloud adjacent. Random Few, great to have you. I read through your response for what does Dark Cloud mean to you. It was a long one. It was a good one. I can't wait to share it with you. Great to have you. One detail I don't see people talking about enough, says Sir Zelda Knight. The further you go into the Gallery of Time, the cleaner and more pristine the dungeon becomes. Yeah, because you're getting you're going to a time where the castle was more new, essentially. Uh, I don't know if that makes sense at all, but at the very beginning, you're going to a time period that's close to yours, so the castle is still in disrepair. But the further you go, the further you're going back in time. One moment, I think I left something over there. Hold on, see if I'm lucky. Sad face. I had some potato chips, and I think the kids must have taken it. Over here. Where'd my potato chips go? They took my potato chips. Naku, random few. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate the love. Thank you for those lovely hearts. Give it back to you. There we go. So, I'm a Cyclops says to Sir Zelda Knight, one. Hmm, why can't I read it? One of the two dungeons in Dark Cloud with a visual aesthetic across the dungeons. What would the other one be? I'm curious. Just another person says Osmond is sometimes finding the transitions because he wears a helicopter. So you can see him float when the platform moves, right? Whoa, a potato chip paint. We'll grab it from Seda. I'm sure Seda won't mind. Nom, 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 nom. I was like very careful when filming with him. I took him to the valley with me. There's a big waterfall, and there's like 30 feet maybe. It says lookout, and it's 30 feet, and you can look along the waterfall. If you saw the documentary, you know what I'm talking about. And I was like, oh, it'd be a really cool shot if I could like put him down there, like put him on like where the railing is, kind of shoot it. I was like, oh, but what if like a big gust of wind comes and he gets blown off and thrown down the 40-foot waterfall? I'm like, no, we're not doing that. Let's not do that, please. If that happened, I'm diving in after him. Like I'm not risking my baby boy. You can get these ones, eh? Yeah, I'm not risking that. We're not doing that. Like, how can it be creative with the shots while not risking the material, but still getting cool looking shots, right? That's like my favorite thing as well. My favorite thing in the world is getting out there and filming those B-roll. It's always funny when you have people looking like, what the fuck is he doing? That is that a PlayStation game? Is he throwing flowers into the lake and throwing the PlayStation game there? What the fuck is he on? Like, yeah, that's what we're doing, baby. Like, come along, give you a ride. Ride of a lifetime. Dark Cloud ride. Oh, it's true. It's true. It's a small thing, but I wish that like in Wind Waker, Link, and I'm sorry for comparing Dark Cloud with Legend of Zelda. Terrible, terrible. Shouldn't do that. Like when Link like is walking next to people, his eyes go next to them, or sometimes like his mouth reacts if he's surprised. I wish they did that for Dark Cloud in more of an active way when you're in the village. I know in cutscenes it's like that. Toon Link was very expressive. Solo Arts, Solo Quartz. Whoa, that's a cool name. I wish I could see your picture. It looks really cool. Great to have you. Come on, quartz is always my favorite stone. Get some smoky quartz, get some cool looking quartz, rose quartz. Come on. Great to have you. Oh, Demon Shaft. Yeah, that's right. Because it does change colors. Yeah, I forgot about that. All right, let's switch to Ruby. Go. Bum. Okay. Map. Holy. Is it fire? Okay. We're not doing that. No, thank you. RPG Hero says, I'm surprised how I could speak with such passion over one series. It's endearing. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And I think a lot of people were surprised when we started the compendium, um, that the compendium would last as long as it did. Because how long can you talk about a game series that only has two entries? If you were to create a YouTube channel based off of, I don't know, Pokemon or The Legend of Zelda or Call of Duty or Fortnite or these viral games like Minecraft, there's plenty to talk about because they're actively being updated. Well, something like Dark Cloud, you're left to fend from the wolves on your own. You're left to fend with your passion and your passion alone. But I really do think that if you really are passionate about something, you could talk about it from now until the end of time. There's different ways of talking about it, from looking at the gameplay and looking at the soundtrack, development, merchandise, lost media, history, translations, like different things like that, tie-ins, cameo appearances. So with the compendium, like I know it sounds really cliche, but like we've only hit the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot more that I want to talk about with the Dark Cloud Compendium. I would like to visit. At the same time, we've I think we've surpassed 100 videos. I'm not quite sure. I think we've hit 100 videos. Did we? I don't know. I can't check right now, but we did a lot. We did a lot, and most people would settle for a playthrough, like a let's play. Even when we did a let's play, we did it in a unique way by playing Dark Cloud Enhanced. And at one point in time, for the old school Hidden Castle heads out there, we did a playthrough of Dark Cloud's debug disc. I'm not sure if that's publicly available anymore. I don't know if I privated that streamer. I private some things sometimes, some of the videos. Why? It's a good question. I'm a perfectionist. If things don't come out the way that, like, if videos don't come out the way that I think would be best, I'd hold them back because I view videos almost like I would view books. If a book is able to get the point across of what the story is, and it's a good book. But if you have a video and the execution of that video wasn't as good as it could have been, then it's a good idea, but the execution's bad. It'd be a great idea to redo it one day. So I have the Dark Cloud debug disc. I had a video on that years and years ago. It was a 30-minute long video. It must have been the first 30-minute long video we did on the channel. How did I film it? I filmed it by propping my camera up in front of my television because at the time I didn't have any funding for capture cards or anything. It was a very guerrilla way of doing it. So that video became privated. So if I find if there's a way that I could do a video in a better execution, I wouldn't be afraid to private a video and try it again later on to build upon it. I want to make sure I'm not missing anybody. Just another person says, my plans for the summer are just finishing my remaster drawings and completing the purchase of my new house. Yo, just another person's playing Giorama in real life. That's a big deal. That's a very big deal. Congratulations again, my friend. On one hand, Sister Zelda Knight, we've only have two games, but on the other hand, it gives us more time to look at every nook and cranny that we do. I couldn't agree more. It really is quality over quantity. And you know what? We're rubbing shoulders with other legends like Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross, only two games. I want to say Golden Sun and Golden Sun 2, but they had that dreadful DS game, but we don't talk about that DS game. Duologies are always great. Azeroth says the cool thing is, unlike modern games that morph and change, Dark Cloud remain the same, keeping that home feeling while still keeping the mystery alive. There's more to cover and explore. It really is weird, isn't it? Because with gaming, gaming especially, the world changes around it. Like with cinema, you can look at movies that came out in the '80s; they would still look as good as movies that came out today. But video games, if you compare Super Mario from 1986 to Mario Brothers Wonder that came out not long ago, the graphics are totally different. The amount of technology that changed is really different, and visually, the change in the visuals is apparent. Games change; they evolve like milk, but we stay the same. The people that play them stay the same, but it's the games that change. It's media stays the same. It's the people that change. Does that make sense? Am I a little crazy? I don't know. But that's why I really love Dark Cloud, is it felt like it fell through the cracks for a long time. Nobody was talking about it from like as stupid as it sounds, from like a scholarly perspective. Nobody was looking at like the media around it. Nobody was looking at the impact it had. Nobody was looking at the development history, because Level 5 developed Dragon Quest. Dragon Quest is one of the key exports and imports of Japan, right? You have sushi, explicit Japanese videos, and Dragon Quest. One, two, three, baby. That's what it came down to. But yeah, like it, and they made Dragon Quest 8, which launched Dragon Quest into the 3D era. But who were Level 5? Level 5 had to start somewhere. Nobody was looking at Level 5's origin point, Dark Cloud, how that seed grew into this wonderful flower that is Level 5. And they're a cool company. Like, everybody that talks to Level 5 is usually very pleasant. There's a couple I talked to that are outside of the company, ex Level 5 employees that are working on mobile games, and they're dreadful. They're miserable. I don't blame them. But they're always really nice. They're always really kind. They're always really considerate. And they know that the work that they do touches the lives of people. Um, they know now, at least internationally, that Dark Cloud is still well played, well regarded. And I think that's the reason why it appeared later on PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5. They're great games, and great games never have an expiration date. Neither does fun or passion. Mm. Death Ex Lando says, "Want to know what else is an unpopular gem? Champions of No Wrath." Oh, you're speaking my language, man. And Return to Arms. It's a great game if you're playing. You want to play a Diablo spinoff. Yeah, Champions of No Wrath, baby. This game was great. So why is this game great? Well, you can play it online. It's an online Diablo-like game. You create your own character. You could talk with the USB headsets back in 2004. And get this, it was 4 players. Get a multi-tap. This game was great fun. A cool game. Along with Gauntlet. Gauntlet was fun as well. Gauntlet was good. I never played Return Arms, though. I can never find that one. As a child, we had to kind of like, the games that were given as the games that we had. You go out and hunt for these games, but if you couldn't find it, you couldn't find it. There's no eBay or Amazon back then. Why? No! Okay, I'm a Cyclops. I'm so sorry about that. How do I disable this Nightbot thing? I can do this. Stop that. Why are you doing that? Can you give me a second? I want to find a way to not disable the How do I do it in a way where here's what I can do. I'm a Cyclops. I can't disable the bot right now. So what I would like to do, make it right to you, because it's not right what it did, muting you like that. Let's try that. Did I do that? Okay. There we go. Okay. That's my apology for the terrible bot. I'll make sure that because it's the first time that I'd used this bot before. I don't want it being too mute heavy. I want all the interaction as possible. Did I spell it wrong? Oh, terrible. Make it right. I like it. There we go. Cool. Awesome. There we go. That should make us even. Come on. I love all you here. I don't want we're all here for a good time, right? I The idea with the bot was I wanted it to have the Patreon and the PayPal because I didn't want to take a moment to physically stop what I'm doing every 10 or 15 minutes, post a link and all that. So I'm like, oh, someone mentioned to me you can use a bot for that. But I'm a grandpa. I'm not sure how to do all this stuff. So I set it up and I want to make it in a way where it doesn't like restrict anybody. I don't like restrictions. Why? Because I think there's so few of us here in the world that love Dark Cloud that we should try to celebrate everybody's passion that they have for the series. And some people show that passion in different ways. Some people are a bit more enthusiastic than others. There's nothing wrong with that. As long as it's coming from a place of love, why not? All aboard, right? Oh man, I wonder if Sony ever thinks about Dark Cloud anymore. I could tell you with like definitively 110%, the old crew at Sony would. Sean Layden, Kaz Hirai, Shuhei Yoshida, Andrew House. These are the people that built the PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, PS3, and more recently the PS4. They were the ones that were pushing for new intellectual properties, but being able to dust off the older IPs at the time and bring them back. Keep in mind, after God of War Ascension, God of War was dormant for like 6 years, and then it came back and lit the world on fire. Keep in mind, um, what was it? Medieval. Medieval was a PS1 game that was rather niche. They gave it a fully fledged remake, not a remaster, a remake. And that was all by the original Sony heads because these people were at Sony Interactive at um, the game development side of Sony since even before the PlayStation, back when there was Sony ImageSoft working on the Super Nintendo. A lot of these people left around the time of the PS5. Some of them were even pushed out. And as it was I think it was Shuhei Yoshida was basically demoted from being the president of PlayStation to the president of Independence, which made him like basically quit and leave and sign an NDA. So Sony before would have memory of their older IPs, and I know with speaking with developers at Level 5, Dark Cloud would be brought up. Was brought up in 2007 before White Knight Chronicles release, or 2005, whenever it was, and then 2013, and then before Nino Kuni's release as well. And it was always Level 5 though, decline it. The idea was because Dark Cloud is a shared IP, at the time, Sony wouldn't want to do anything with Dark Cloud unless Level 5 were developing it. Because Level 5 were developing it, Sony were publishing it. But they would rather the original developers develop it than give it to somebody else. But Level 5 were busy with Yokai Watch, and they were busy with Little Balor's experience and Inazuma 11. They were making their own money on their own. When you have a shared IP like Dark Cloud, you have to split the revenue options. What does that mean for Level 5? Level 5 really love multimedia. They have a separate company called Level 5 Abbey, ABBY. Level 5 Abbey, their job is to take Level 5 IP and find ways to spark it into multimedia, like Yokai Watch shoes or Professor Layton cereal, which those are real products. So when you have Yokai Watch, let's say, you would split the revenue between Level 5 and the shoe company that are creating the shoes. If you have a company like, if you have a game like Dark Cloud, you have to split the money between Level 5 and Sony and the shoe company. So now it becomes too many cooks in one kitchen. So that's the whole idea. Or good to come in if you'd like. It's all good. So that's one of the reasons why we haven't seen anything when Sony would approach them, because they were too busy doing their own thing and they were making their own money, which is a lovely thing. It's not a bad thing. That's what led to PS4 and later the PS5 re-releases. At one point, because they would much rather work on something they have full control over because they had bad experiences with Sony. But around the time of Nino Kuni's release, around 2017, they were working on a Giorama only game that was a spiritual successor, and that got greenlit, but that went nowhere. Why did it go nowhere? How far did it go in development? I'm not quite sure because it wasn't related to me. But that's like basically what happened. I hope that answered the question. We're going with this. That's shoplifting. We have to pay for it. There we go. Oh, okay. Hold on. We're gonna move that text because you can't see it once everything else is all there. Where are this? We don't want that. No, thank you. No. Need something coming. It's fine. It's all good. Okay. No, why'd we go there? Terrible. All right, but we'll figure it out. Okay. All right. Let's go into the full screen. Okay. Let's see if we could. I don't remember off the top of my head. I think if you go to the back floors, you could switch. It is a limited zone. I think if you go to the back floors, you could still swap. We're gonna be like preventive and repair this before it pops. Go. Cool. Awesome. Let's run around over here. Where are you? Perfect. Oh, you know that cat's looking at that flapping fish. Being like, man, chicken eat you. Yeah, I'm not gonna say no for that abs bonus. Never know. Never know. Okay, let's go around. Ba, ba, ba. All right, what do we got here? First things first, can we swap? Cheese and crackers. We changed that. There we go. Okay, you think any of these will have something cool? We'll see. Garnet. Oh, we have Kalia. It's great to have you here, Kalia. Thank you, thank you, thank you for joining us. How's your art? You still drawing? Oh, okay. Well, no time for small talk. Oh, three? We got three of them? We went from having absolutely nothing to having three. One, two, three. Just like that. Always thought it looked similar between Serpent Sword and the Evil East. Am I the only one? Very cool swords, though. Alright, that's three Drain Seekers, so that's okay. I won't say no. Considering how much we paid for it, it was like 4,000 gold. A lot of yen. No, I was hoping the mod changed that, but it seems like we didn't. I know if you look at Dark Cloud's Dark Cloud has a README file. It has a bunch of like old item descriptions. There was an item that it's just a description. There's nothing physical for it, but it's an item that would rip the seal, very similar to how it was in Dark Cloud 2. But it was in Dark Cloud 1 in the data. It was mentioned only in text, so like an item description. That's it. Nothing. Oh, that was dreadful. Terrible. 3 piston cups. Busy with work. I haven't drawn in a while. Oh, you should draw more. But you know, we're all busy. We're all busy, right? That's what it comes down to. Okay. So, Ruby. So, well, for this one, you need Wind and Holy. Okay. We're gonna. I wish there's a way where you could buy multiple, multiple flapping fish and just keep them. That'd be great. I wouldn't say no. Because it is busy work going through and getting it from Ruby and Rudy and all those other Rudy poos, right? But you do. Rudy, right? There we go. All right, Rudy, cut the small talk. You know what I'm here for. Oh, it's good. We have ice. All right, cool. Please. Cool. There we go. Awesome. Let's go to 17. Sorry, repeat the same mistake again. Okay. Nightbot is no longer a standard moderator for a channel, so we should be good. I don't think we're gonna get any 5-second bans after that. Have you tried storing flapping fish in ice blocks in your the closet space inventory? Well, you could. I just don't like to. I'm too lazy. I'm like, by the time I run over there, like we run pretty quick. But if we get multiple, yeah, I see what you mean. That would be advantageous. Where's my coffee? It's a good idea though. Damn, it's almost 5 o'clock. Oh, here's another fun fact. So there is an inside to this. You don't see it, but there is an inside. Level 5 did develop. They did draw like an inside of the music box. I think it looks like a treasure chest. I have it somewhere on like a CD somewhere. The texture for it. I did a video where it was like Dark Cloud Lost Media Mysteries or something. I don't know, where is it? But the idea was like this one, yeah, here. Dark Cloud Lost Mysteries, Dark Cloud's beta and secret contents. Yes. Had a cool thumbnail and everything. Where is it? Is that the one? Yeah, I think this is it, right? Yeah, okay. Didn't do very well though for some reason. Seemed like it wasn't what the people wanted. This one, Dark Cloud Lost Media Mysteries. But the idea was almost to create like smaller scale Dark Cloud icebergs. Like, why create a Dark Cloud iceberg for an hour and a half going through trivia when we could have a 15-minute video? Pardon me, almost going through like Dark Cloud trivia, similar to Did You Know Gaming or something like that, and didn't take off the same way it did because I thought the icebergs would get along pretty well in viewership. They get eyeballs pretty well. I'm like, oh, cool, okay, that feels good because it shows that people want that. Whereas when I made that, it was almost like a 7 or 10 minute long iceberg format video, and then it didn't pick up the way I thought it would. I was like, okay, well, I guess people want something different, maybe something more along the lines of preservation instead of facts and trivia. Have a couple more of those Dark Cloud unreleased assets that we could use for Dark Cloud Iceberg 6, maybe another iceberg. We're gonna be at this point by the time we're all done. I think we're gonna have like 8 hours of iceberg content. I think that's the plan. Is we're gonna just have everything like 8 hours. We're gonna like stack them all together and make like one mega video. Make like a 24-hour radio station where it's always playing something. I want to keep an eye on the chat so I don't miss any of you. Okay. Okay. Bum. I'm a Cyclops says, what color is inside? Best way I could describe it, looks like coins and gold and doubloons, like pirate treasure. Miscellaneous Crux, it's great to have you. Hi, Hidden Castle. Is there an open source program to look into the files and modify them easily? That's a good question. I hope other people could chime in over here because there have been quite a bit of developments. Um, there is a program called here. I'll link it into the chat. I'll do that for you. Hold on. Give me a second. There is quite a bit. There's this, in addition to these should help get you set up. There was also a program. Hold on, why am I going to tell you when I can just send it to you? There we go. I think that's everything. There is also one called White Cloud. White Cloud. But that one I think has been absorbed into the Dark Cloud toolkits. But again, if you need anything else, like don't be afraid to hit me up on either YouTube comments or on Discord. Like that's what I'm here for. Bother me, please. Don't ever be afraid to bother me because these tools are made for the reason of having new findings come up for the community. If you're generous with your time, we'll be generous with you as well. Why not? See if I don't want to miss anybody as well. Well, that was something. Sorry, Ruby. Okay, so let's equip one of these as well. Can we stack them? Oh, we can. Awesome. Okay, cool. Cool. Awesome. And then there. For everything, let's go for the loot first. I don't think we want to die. Go. All right. Well, sorry for that, boys and girls. It was a bit of a little wait, but we did send some Dark Cloud tools in the chat box if anybody wants to take a look at them. These are tools that were used to kind of decompile and look at what makes Dark Cloud tick. These diorama RPGs, giving a behind the scenes look of what goes on behind the curtain of development. Endbreaker. There we go. Thank you very much, Nightbot. So the Dark Cloud Compendium is a Patreon and PayPal supported show. It's made by the community for the community. If anybody enjoys what we do here on the Dark Cloud Compendium, videos, streams, preservation work, feel free to leave a tip on Patreon or PayPal, or leave a funny comment. That'll do too. The sillier the better. Oh, it's true. It's true. Take Corsia. Get him here. Get him there. Bam. I always like to go with Explosion because if it's anything else, like Curse doesn't really mean much to us. It's fine. But if it explodes, then we miss out on the opportunity to get something cool. Yeah, finally a different sword, says Cyclops. Well, we got lucky. We got a twofer. We got the turtle shell and the sandbreaker. Nice. All right. So we got a bit of options. So we want to level up Goro. Unfortunately, we're looking for rare gems. No luck, eh? All right. That's all right. Not everyone could be a winner. Some of them are just a turtle shell. I'm sure Goro's pretty happy about it, though. Let's just leave this place real quick. Okay, we can do Corsair. He's Where'd you come from? Can you stop that? There we go. Want that EXP. Want to level up this dreadful. Ah, why is it another pirate chariot? Gosh, they're really awful. Okay, cool. Cool. Oh my god, no. One damage. Right? Kalia says, I should play Dark Cloud or Dark Cloud 2 again. Yeah. This summer, I'd like to go through Dark Cloud 2 playthrough. But truthfully, I haven't played Dark Cloud 2 to completion about like maybe 5 years, 6 years. It's been a while. And I would like to save it for like doing it together on stream. It just seems like it's more magical. My time is very limited. And I'm like, why am I going to play Dark Cloud when I could do Dark Cloud videos? So whenever I want to play Dark Cloud, instead of playing it, I'd much rather do something creative and make something. Oh no, we're not dealing with you again. What's a Praja? What are Prajas? Let's just heal up real quick. Unfortunately, we don't have any water. I think water would have been nice. No water. Oh, that's all right. That's all right. You remember when we destroyed our platinum ring, like got us in this whole mistake to begin with? Yeah, that's not happening again. There you go. Okay. Oh, okay, great. Well, that revival powder really came in handy. Twice. Cool. All right, so let's go for this. Now the master plan can begin. Um, there we go. This. We'll start to break that. Then this. See? Problem solved. Then we'll just let this upgrade into that. It all makes sense. It all makes sense. This is basically done. So is this. We're gonna go for the second option. I find let's not be lazy with it. Let's. You know what? I think we might have enough to level it up and just get it all done. What does it need? It needs magic, wind, and holy. That's it, right? So Peridot gives holy. Okay. Wind. So only needs a few. So let's not use this. Maybe we can find something else. Let's switch for a while. Alia says, I have a playthrough going for Dark Cloud 2 with my sister, so I'll be able to continue playing through with her file rather than mine. But yeah, that's because she barely comes over. I'm hoping while the summertime is still out there, Mr. Sun is still shining, they're able to gather together. Maybe go to the beach, bring a CRT TV, bring some Dark Cloud. That sounds like a dream. Kingdom Hearts on the beach. Why not? Okay, so have an idea. Okay, let's try this out. Good lord. Okay, here we are. Let's go to Jaffer. I want to see if he can tell us magic. I believe he does. Magic +1, doesn't he? Oh, he does attack. Okay. All right. So he wouldn't either. Oh, you know what? I think Joker does. I think Joker sells it. No way to use a noggin, Mister Castle. There we go. Loaded. Perfect. Asker, Sheriff, Lana, Cathedral, giant diamond. Yes, very cool. Pretty snazzy. I think I need that for the backdrop. The giant diamond. There you go. Then, oh, that's terrible. That's no good. Okay, sorry about that. I really thought he'd sell it. 'Cause I remember him selling like a decent assortment of magical items. Da, 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 powder. Of course we don't. There we go. Much better. All right, Jack. He's one of my favorites. He reminds me of Pidgey from Pokemon. I don't know. He looks like a Pidgey. What do you think? I owe you something? Probably. You're stuck in a bubble for crying out loud. I'm not doing a charity. All right, pal. It's like not even that much. $6. You're really. I saved you. Really gonna pinch pennies over six effing dollars? Okay. There we go. Let's go to 17. Let's make it tricky. I'm getting sleepy. Ugh. Coffee's not doing its job, clearly. There we are. Perfect. So I want to try to level up this lovely weapon that we have. And that's so much better. Can we go to Thunder? Holy will do. Yeah, that's better. Wow, that's so much easier than that gold bracelet we are using not too long ago. There we go. I really do like the combat system. It reminds me of like as terrible as it sounds, it reminds me of Dark Souls or Demon Souls. The way you bob and weave and maneuver around. When you get enough of those cannons, it feels like a bullet hell game of how you're moving around. I'll let her die and I'll bring her back. I just don't have anything to remove the poison. Go Auntie me do. I think it's mandatory by law that if you're an aunt, you make amazing food. I wonder what kind of food Auntie Midu would make. I'm not saying that because I'm hungry, but I am pretty hungry. I did have some like little snacks and things I wanted to bring on by. I was like, it's not professional. We want to maintain professionalism. We got to be as professional as possible. We want to keep our jobs. For 7 years, I had the greatest job on earth, which was Dark Cloud Compendium, preserving and saving lost media, preserving and saving this game that we hold very near and dear to our hearts. And it's been a wild ride. My favorite video has been the statue Iceberg 4. I think that video encapsulates everything I wanted to do with the Dark Cloud Compendium when I began. My least favorite video. Um, did we level up this weapon? Did we do it? No? Okay. We'll save him because he has a lot of the XP. A least favorite video of mine. It's hard because I love them all. They're like my babies. But I had to pick. Let's look at the roster. What do we got? 'Cause I don't want to. Once you throw that out there, this is your most hated video. That's it. Canon. Let's take a quick look. I do like them all. I do like them all. But if I had to pick only one, which is like bar none, hands down, the most hated Hidden Castle video, I think it would be. You know what? Here's an idea. At one point in 2021, AI was a brand new concept. It was a fun toy that people were playing with. People were playing with was a toy. So I made a video about Dark Cloud 3 being made in AI. And it was a video in between a documentary and another like lost media video sandwiched in between. The idea was to kind of give the community a break. Crystal ring. But the idea was to give the community a break and kind of give them like a fun little video. Because we would do that back then. Unfortunately now, and even like as I was making the video, there was a pretty cool moment I think by the end where we switch instead of using our hidden castle voice and what we'd say on the microphone. We switched to like an automated Microsoft Sam type voice. I was talking about the creation using AI as a platform to create what creation means to a machine that was created. Can machines create something as competent as human beings can? And where do we draw the line? It's a video that I don't know. I feel uncomfortable with now because at the time AI was a little toy, and I use it as a toy for that video. I'm looking at, oh, Dark Cloud 3 would look like this, or look how cursed this looks, or look how awful this looks. Ha ha ha, let's laugh at it. And then now it's looking like it's gonna be a really gonna be a real threat to our creativity. It's still one of my favorite videos. Like I love that video. And I think it's probably one of the most popular videos on the channel. I think it's the third or second most popular. Well, that's a video I look at with a broken heart. So I guess it's not the most hated Hidden Castle video, but it's one that I look at with a broken heart because of the circumstances that are around it globally. You look at the price of RAM, and you look at the price of technology, the price of cars, the price of everything's gone up because of precious materials, precious metals, and water being used for these crazy data centers. And I don't even know how much I can talk about without YouTube being like, "Hey, say that." I'm going to speak my mind. I'm going to speak my truth. Like it's dangerous. We need to be very careful with how we use these AI machines. And using it as a tool is not being careful with it. Using it as a toy is not being careful. It should not be used at all. I don't know. Who knows? What a life. Oops. Okay, so we have our magic. We just need wind. Once we have wind, we're good to go. For the back floor, we're chasing after preferably a sapphire Sapphires would be nice. That gives us pure wind. Now we had one. We did have a sapphire, but it exploded along with the ring. Aquamarine, sure, that's pretty good. We'll take that. I won't say no. There we go. And anything else? Anything else? Chances are there's nothing over there as well. Go. Just another person says, "Are you gonna go live for another 7 hours for the 7 year anniversary?" I don't know. I don't know how long are we at right now? What's 3 hours long? 4 hours? 4 hours isn't bad. That's something to slouch at. Four, five, six, 7 hours. I have work tomorrow at 5 in the morning. That's a tricky part. I have to use my voice for work. It's a very vocal job. Hmm. Well, I guess I'll have to see. Where are we going? I didn't want to advertise it like that. I wanted to. It came across my mind. I'm like, oh, we could advertise it as like another 7 years. But I'm like, I think we're going to be getting ourselves in a bit of a trap. Where next year we have to do 8 years. And the year after that we have to do 9 years and 8 hours and 9 hours. I was like, truthfully, I miss my mom. I want to have dinner with my mom. We'll see. I think I might pull out because I love my mom and I need to spend time with mom. Let's see. Come on, baby. What you got? What you got? What you got? There we go. Windows 25, right? 20. 3, 6, 9, 12. So we need two more level ups, ideally, to get this where it needs to be. We could do that. I'm not a mathematician, but I can do math too. There we go. He says, proud of himself for doing basic math. Okay, sandwich time. Don't you say that to me. I'm hungry. I'm on a diet. I'm on a diet. I'm on a low carb diet. Sandwiches sound pretty good. I want to ask a subjective question. I know people shouldn't outsource their creativity to AI, but where do you find the line of using AI and GPT or a tool editor to fix things? Cyclops, it was great to have you. Take care and be well. Thanks again. Well, I think the genie is out of the bottle. I think once we brought AI out, it's out there. Like we have to live with it now. We can't undo what we did with AI. So you have to learn to live with it. And I think using it as a tool to get rid of the menial tasks, like let's say scheduling at work, or let's say, maybe determining bug fixes in software or exploits or like bugs that are detected, things like that are menial, maybe, because I think AI is a buzzword. I think we've had tools that creates schedules and tools that optimize engines before AI that were classified as something different. I think AI in itself is a buzzword. I think if you have technology for applications, we'll say that remove like small parts of the job in terms of like the busy work. I can only think of myself and like my schedule and my workflow. A lot of my workflow revolves around managing other people. If I can find something that kind of like does the managing, scheduling for me, sure. But I like that. That's a fun part of the job. I'm crazy. I like the paperwork, right? Some people are like, "Oh, this application or this technology will remove the paperwork." I'm like, "Oh, but I like the paperwork." Maybe I'm the wrong person to ask because most people would say, "Yeah, let's remove the annoying parts of the job, give the annoying parts to the machines, and we'll take like the more practical parts because there's some the more you open up to the more you open up to interpretation, then like AI loves zeros and ones. It doesn't like multiple possibilities or surprises. Possibilities and surprises should be dealt with people. But when you have things that are like either truly correct or truly false, I think AI could flourish with that. but I like all aspects of work. I like all aspects of craftsmanship of writing a song or managing people or drawing a picture. But I don't want to miss out on any part of it, any part of that experience. But humans are naturally lazy. People are naturally lazy, and companies are naturally greedy. They would love to cut, a playtester out of a job if it means saving a couple quarters, right, or a couple nickel and dime, right? Because that means that they're able to make more money, and it's their fiduciary duty to make more money. But where do we draw the line? Because that means that we're going to have someone out there without a job. I don't know. I don't know. We could devolve, and I'd love to keep on talking about this, but maybe I'm boring the other beautiful people out there that came in for a Dark Cloud stream. But those AI videos for Dark Cloud that I made, I watched them with a bit of a guilty conscience because they're good videos, they're creative videos, but they're videos that involve AI, and that's kind of a no-no now. So it's like I don't know. I think AI gets too much blame for the issues in the world, like loss of jobs. We're already losing jobs before AI. Yeah, just another person. Like I agree. Like I think we all want to shift blames on certain things, right? I think like being able to protect the water and protect our precious materials and precious metals is important. We need to use those things for things that truly matter, right? Do we need another data center? Like what does that mean for us? That means money. And people love money. Who knows? Okay, we got Beast Buster. Try saying that 3 times real fast. Okay. And I'm excited to work on these video projects so for the compendium. And truthfully, I'm so excited to stream and get things going for the stream. Try to make things as perfect as possible. I had butterflies in my stomach the whole time. I was like, oh man, I get to feel like you're seeing friends that you haven't seen in a long, long time, right? A lovely thing. Personally, what we do for the community. Oh, come on, we're almost there. A bit of wind, eh? Perfect. Another opal. How many opals do you think we have? 7? 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. Oh, that's a lot of opals, but no wind. Come on. Go. Wouldn't it be funny if there's a beautiful sapphire here? Come on. I find the drop rates for the back floors here are not as good as it is over in Queens. Queens has the good stuff. There we go. Laura, Claude, all in that. No way. Okay. Well, I have an idea what we can do. We'll see. Dwelling of the Forest Guard. The hell of a name. Oops, sorry. Okay, so oh, the werewolves give so much experience points here. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? That's super. I need to stretch my legs out. Oh my lord. You're playing Dark Cloud 1 Enhanced, right? Yeah, that's right. You got it. Up we go, up we go. Oh, my lord. There we go. Could you imagine sitting down for 4 hours just playing Dark Cloud? Life's good. That's cool. That's a lot of fun. A blessing. It really is a privilege. It really, really is. Being able to create these videos for you all for the past 7 years. And it's one that I never take lightly and never take for granted. And at one point, the compendium gave me a lot of hope because I think the more we find, the more we preserve, the more we save, it's inspirational. It shows that people can come together no matter how niche an idea may be or how small a game may be. There's always people that are willing to work together as a team to get something done. That's very sweet. But the streams are always fun because it allows us to get in contact and get in touch with everybody from a practical way, right? In a meaningful way. YouTube comments are always great. We're able to communicate back and forth. But with this being live, right, we have everybody together. Mr. Zelda Knight says, I was asking more like if it would be okay if I traded an AI like a beta reader or editor for feedback. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think so. Because it's no different than asking a person, right? And some of us don't have access to people. Some of us don't have the privilege of having somebody be willing to read our work, right? Or listen to our song or something. If it means making your organic work better, like why not? Right? It's an improvement. It's going to be there regardless. The genie's out of the bottle now. So like, what are you going to do, right? But if I were to go to an AI and be like, hey, make me a video for the Dark Cloud Compendium, that means the Dark Cloud Compendium is a poor product. If an AI is able to replicate everything the Dark Cloud Compendium is, or a lost media compendium, then that means like it's missing that human touch, right? The uncanny valley, I love that because that means the thing it's basing the art off of was truly unique, right? And that means there's a person, like a not a person like a person, but there's a soul, a spirit that worked on it. So yeah, you can bounce ideas off of that. That means making your work better. You iterate upon it, the building process. It's no different than saying, oh, well, I'm going to sand this piece of plywood by hand with sandpaper because I'm a man and that's what I do. Whereas you can get, a sander, an electric sander, you plug in the electrical socket, it'll do the job for you. You're still there, you're still holding it, but it's doing all like the elbow grease for you. It's like, okay, it's the same thing, but you're using a digital way of getting to the end results, but it's just going to make your work better. So why not do it? Why give yourself a hard time? These tools are already out there now, right? You can't sit on a high horse like, oh, we're not going to use it. Just another person says, and he's too proud to admit how it breaks his back if Paige's dad doesn't do the sign for him. Yeah, he is pretty proud. That's Gaffer, though. That's our guy. That's our guy. Would you say you take the feedback with a grain of salt? Yeah, I mean, the word of a robot or AI isn't law because sometimes it might tell you what you want here, right? I'll post a picture of what I'm wearing, saying, "Hey, does this look good?" And I'll go, "Oh yeah, it looks super," right? It'll tell you what you want to hear. I think like the more specific you can be, like, is this outfit good? Or going out, have a coffee, and look at some flowers with some loved ones. Like the more information you give it, I think is always better. Then the response it gives you, you can kind of use your judgment, your better judgment in your adult brain to kind of differentiate, you know, when the AI is trying to blow smoke up your bottom as opposed to reality. Stamina drink. Man, I'm pretty thirsty. I think I might grab some stamina drink too. There we go. Oh man, the wolf. Werewolf. Floor 14 gives a ton of EXP. It's always one of my favorites. There we go. There we are. Hey, Hidden Castle, welcome back. Great to have you, HBN Yan. It's funny, I read through what you said in your response for what Dark Cloud means to you, and that video is coming. There's over 100 submissions. Could you believe, HBN? Could you believe? It's a lot. It's a lot. I've been enjoying your art though on Facebook. Like whenever I see you draw something new, I'm really proud of you. You've really come a long way as an artist. There's a lot of expression in the characters that you make. Did you enjoy the Rogue Galaxy video? Did you like that one? This, that, that. I don't know why. Something tells me to save the game. Oh, I miss you. I miss you too. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. You're really kind. I hope you keep missing me. I don't like when people throw things and they actually hit me with it. Yeah, it's been a little while. We've been gone for a little while, but we're back. And we want to get the show back on the road, right? Want to make sure that I'm able to get back to doing monthly uploads. I'm healthy again, and life has been good to me. Life has been very good to me. God has been good to me. I'm so thankful. I never take anything for granted, and that's why I look at these 7 years that we spent together. 7 years. And it just reminds me of everything that we've done that we didn't think was possible before. Whether it be translating Japanese material, like the Dark Chronicle prequel. God, that was like, it was thick, it was large. I don't know how to say it, but there was a lot of translation work to be done. We did it. It came out to be a 17-minute long video. Killed my neck working on that, but we did it. From working on our multi-hour documentaries to just working on fun projects here or there. Like we did it all together. We've learned about these wonderful games together as well. It's a blessing. Kalia says the Dark Cloud community has really talented people in it. I should draw my OCs inspired by the characters more often again. It would be nice. You know, life is really short and we always get busy between paying bills and mortgages and rent, whatever it may be. It's just being able to find a creative outlet and use that creative outlet to motivate us. A wonderful thing. I think that's what differentiates us from robots. We're talking about AI and robots, is that we can work just like a robot can. Maybe we can even work better than a robot can. You never know. We're able to be creative as well. We're able to create something from nothing. We can look at this idea in our mind's eye, this picture in our mind's eye, and we could actually get it out there. And we could synthesize it to something physical and real, right? Remember the Velveteen Rabbit, reading that story as a kid when the horse asks the rabbit, "What is real? What does real mean? Real is anything we make it to be. Real is anything we make it to be. You know, love is an intangible feeling. You can't hold love, but love is real to us because we make it real. We feel it, or we feel it in our heart, like music. We feel music in our soul. We hear that rhythm. We get going. Art is the same way, right? Paint is nothing, but when you get that paint in between your fingers and you get in the brush and you make something wonderful out of it, you make something real, you synthesize something. It's not for nothing. It's a beautiful thing. And video games are an extension of that. I'm a big proponent of that because always video games are infantilized. It's a game. It doesn't really matter. These games are no different than the literature we had in the 1800s. It's important that we help try to protect them because these companies are not going to do that. Having different avenues of video game preservation, like the Video Game History Foundation, or at a smaller scale, the Lost Media Compendium for Dark Cloud, it allows these games to live on forever in a way where the knowledge that would have been forgotten is preserved neatly in an organized, tight space. That's what keeps me going with it. That's what I love most about it. And that's what motivates me to go year after year after year after year is the love that I have towards these really special games. Because for me, they really shaped how I view the world. And I know a lot of you are similar. Wow, thanks. Okay, that's great. These games inspired you to become artists, music makers, storytellers, better and kinder people. Not a bad thing. That's something that these companies don't necessarily recognize because it's dollars and cents to them. But it's an art form. It's an art form. And somebody has to try to protect the loose pieces here or there because there's a lot that falls behind on the wayside. The Lost Media Compendium has done that for 7 years. 7 long years to the three Ds, as I say, the death, disease, and divorce. You know, death couldn't stop us, disease, neither divorce. One, two, three. We always kept the passion. We always kept the love. We always kept that light going. Because I know that these videos really do mean a lot to people. And it means a lot to me. It's a privilege being able to create these things for other people that spark an emotional response like that. I wanted to be an animator for years and years and years. I was an animator for a little while. It was really hard because I felt like you're never in charge of your idea. You're always in the behest of the companies, right? When you have something like the Dark Cloud Compendium that's an individual project, it's a personal project, you have total control over it, and you're able to spark positivity and positive change in the lives of others, that's heaven on earth to me. That's everything to me. And I know that when there's a day where I pass away, because that's going to happen, that's the reality of it. When I transition from one energy source to another, I could say that I did a good job of spreading love throughout the world and taking care of people and helping share these, save these ideas for posterity. No one is here forever. And YouTube as an art form may not be here forever, but it's been around for 25 years, so we'll see what happens. But I always looked up to Frank Cifaldi. I always looked up to the Video Game History Foundation. I always looked up to Unseen 64. These platforms that would have people gather together, communities gathering together to make these pieces of video game media as accessible as possible and not forgotten. Unreleased video games, beta content, deleted content, being able to actually do it, the dream come true. And it's one that I never take for granted. On the good days, it keeps me motivated. The bad days, it keeps me smiling. What life's all about. Can't teach that. Fairy ring. SubhanAllah. There we go. Yeah, we did it. There we go. That's it. That's it. That's it. Yes, yes, baby. Amazing. Considering all it took was one broken armlet, we did pretty good. We did pretty good. So, cats and kittens, boys and girls, I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you for joining us in our 7 year anniversary stream. It's been a great time. I'm so happy to have all of you here. We had many people come, many people go, but we had a lot of conversation, and that's what matters most. I did post a link to the Patreon and the PayPal. The Dark Cloud Compendium is a patron and PayPal community supported show. What does that mean? It means that it's funded and made possible thanks to viewers like you. These videos would not be possible without our patrons and our PayPal donations. I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, because of your generosity, we're able to keep the show afloat. We're able to keep it in a way that it makes sense. Who else would talk about Dark Cloud for 7 years? Crazy enough. I think we're all a little crazy. We're all crazy together. Thank you very much. I love you all. And I hope to do another stream. Hopefully, we'll see maybe next weekend in the afternoon as well. Thank you very much. And I hope to see you real soon. Thanks and take care. Bye for now. How do we end it? We gotta end it. Where do we go? Ooh. Stop streaming? Should we stop it? We It's 4 hours. What if we went for 7 hours? Like last year. I wish. I wish. 4 hours I think is that's a good place to hang it up. Thanks and be well. Take care. I love you.